Oh my god, good morning. Good morning. I'm muted. Fuck. I was telling the entire reason why I wasn't streaming these past few days. You know, this is my karma. I'm gonna just take that as my karma. It's all my fault. You told me, I know you did. Happy 2 days after Halloween. But I got so into my story that I wasn't reading chat yet, and that's completely my fault. It's my fault. I'm sorry. But yeah, I basically was saying that Halloween was Friday. I was planning to read the story for you guys then, but I actually didn't get sleep for like over 24 hours that day. Like I was awake from 8 p.m. Thursday into Friday, and then I was like, ugh, it's almost time to like give candy. I think I only had like maybe an hour's sleep of just me getting like me just resting my eyes, I mean. Where oh. I couldn't sleep. And then as soon as we were done at around like 8:30, which is like basically 24 hours that I've been awake, right? My head hit the pillow. I zonked out. I was dead until like 4 in the morning. Until 4 in the morning. So it's like 9 p.m. to like 4 a.m. right? So 9, 10, 11, 12. I got a good 8 hours of sleep yesterday. And then yesterday came, and then I didn't. I wanted to do it this next night yesterday, but then we had family stuff that I had to take care of, and then I ended up like knocking out right after 2. So timing, it was not very good. Yeah, I ended up sleeping, but like very like early evening. It was like granny hours, you know. I fell asleep at like 6 p.m. I don't know what happened to me. I was just really tired. And then I ended up waking at like 1 a.m. this morning and totally forgot it was daylight savings. I had to relive 1 a.m. twice this morning. And then I greeted my kitty cat because it is his birthday today. He turned 5. He's 5 years old now. He's an old man. An old man. Thank you, Noble, though, for telling me that I was muted. Thank goodness I wasn't like too far in the story. But I figured I have time this morning. Why not read some Reddit stories today? Halloween may have ended 2 days ago, but spookies are forever, right? The paranormal lives on for the rest of the year. Right? Yeah. Yeah, Kai turned 5 today. And when we adopted him, because we found him at a local like pet store that we have here, and you know, little kitty cat was calling to me because this was like probably around the start of the pandemic, right? I was like, I really want a cat. Miss Yapathon, it's time. I know. I'm gonna go on so many tangents, it's crazy. But yeah, when we adopted him, he was 9 months old when we got him at the shop. And you know, he's just been with us ever since. Yeah, we adopted him like end of March that year. And which is crazy because it was just 2 months after we moved into the house that we live in now with our family. And yeah, we got a cat 2 months in. And then now he's just been with us. And now he's turning 5, which is crazy to me. Like, time just moves so freaking fast before we even know it. It's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm really happy. My parents already gave him like a little cuppy of like whipped cream to greet him. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna do it again tonight because I didn't get to give him any earlier because I was asleep. But yeah, I sang him the happy birthday song. He was kind of mad that we couldn't let him out anymore. Because we have this thing where because he's an indoor cat, right? So we're not allowed to like, well, I don't allow it to like let him out like during the day because that's when everyone is like in and out of the house a lot. And little dude, he loves to freaking try and run out of the house. And he tries to play like tag and like hide and seek and just like it's really hard to get him, basically. It's really hard. Yeah, he's a COVID cat. He's our COVID cat. He's so cute. I love him so much. Oy, oy, oy. But yeah, he can be such a pain when he escapes the house. And like we also give him like medicine for like fleas and stuff, so that, you know, in case he does get in contact with the grass outside, we have flea preventative on him, like put on him. And also, like, we do let him out, but like only if he's like in his leash. That way we can just like kind of keep him near. Oh my gosh. Your cat is an indoor outdoor cat? That's really nice. Because the thing is with Kai, we wanted to like raise him to be like comfortable with the outdoors, but we didn't want him to be an outdoor cat because, you know, like with the way that he is, he's very like introverted, but like when he has his zoomies, of course, he's like super like energetic, right? Because he has to get all that energy out from being inside like the rooms. But it's only to an extent, and he doesn't really know how to, I don't know if he knows how to survive like on the streets. And we always hear stories, especially because over here there's a lot of like coyotes. And I do not want my kitty cat, I don't want my son to become a story on the news. Because if he got out, like God forbid, right? I'm knocking on the wood. If he got out and he were to be attacked by, you know, a bigger animal, I don't want that for him. So he's, you know, he's fine indoors. We let him out sometimes in our backyard. He likes to go say hi to like the neighborhood cats and stuff like that. But yeah, I fear of that like possibility happening, so we don't let him like freely roam outside. It's more so like we will go outside with him with a leash so he can like sunbathe and all that cute stuff. He can have like treats with the other cats outside. You can't keep him from his destiny. I know they're meant to be outside, but my cat is introverted like me. I just want to keep him safe from the bigger animals out there. Because we've seen a lot of cats, like neighborhood cats we call them, because they're like street cats, right? But they like to roam back to our house because my mom, we call her like the neighborhood cat lady, because she likes to give the street cats some like treats and like kibble as well, like dry food, and like feeds them. But we've seen so many cats like come and go. Like some have come back and some we just haven't seen since probably years. Like it could be like anything, right? Like maybe their previous owner has found them, or like, you know, like RIP if they did like pass away due to something that happened, stuff like that. But yeah, Reddit stories today. Oh, we have like a few compiled now in the forum, and I think I'm just gonna like click through some of them. I think the first one I clicked on was one that Dueko had submitted, and I haven't read it. So I'm really excited. It got like an award for something. Yeah, it got the True Scary Certified Trademarked badge, and that's kind of spooky, no? What's your cat fact? You check your cat's pulse on the inside of the back thigh, where the leg joins to the body. Normal for cats is 110 to 170 beats per minute. Aww, that's how they check. I know how they check temperature. When I take Kai to the vet, it's really I feel bad for him because if you guys don't know, the way that they check temperatures on animals is through their butthole, so they have to like stick a they have to stick the temperature thing to check that way. Because oh no, I dropped the cap for my lip balm. Where did it go? Oh, it's over there. Hold on, I'm muting my. But yeah, I didn't know that until the first time I ever took Kai to the vet to get him like registered and stuff, right? But I was like, they stick the temperature thingy in the butt to check their temperature. I'm like, no! Hi, Summer. Welcome in. We're about to just get into reading those Reddit stories. Feel free to like leave me as like background sound, you guys. I'll do my best to read these and not go off on tangents and stuff. But yeah, these are like titled like they are like scary stories, you know? We're gonna deal with like a lot. From what I've seen, there's like ones that are like about the woods and like the forest, so like creatures out there. Probably we'll be getting into some paranormal stories, some folklore, stuff like that. Unexplained stuff. I'm ready to read one of Noble's submissions too. The background is so eerie. I love it, dude. This was a BGM that I found. Probably like I think this it's from like a music person on Twitter named Coffee Run, but they made it like a few years back, and I've had it saved ever since. I just didn't have a use for it until today. It's called, yeah, I think it's called Ghost Parade or something like that. Yeah, it's Ghost Parade by Coffee Run. And they offer like a version without the tick-tocking of the clocks, but I think it just adds a lot to the vibe. So I was like, let's use this one. Let's use that one. Yeah. The kibby getting temperature. No! No! I hate it. I hate it. Hope you guys are having a good day though. How are you guys doing? Before I get started, you got any plans for this Sunday? Because I know it's also All Souls Day. It's my cat's birthday and it's also All Souls Day. I think the way it's set up, I have to go here. I'm gonna have to go here. I set it here. Yeah. Okay. And I think I'll put it behind me just in case I need to react and like shove my face into the screen, you know? Because if I'm like, oh god, right? You guys get me, right? Okay, let's see where I am. Oh, here. There we go. In case something is so like gobsmackingly awful or like terrifying that I have to be like, just in case. You're relaxing and doing nothing? Oh my god. I'm gonna do the same thing, but I'm gonna be reading. So I hope you guys enjoy this story. I honestly only skimmed through some of them. Thank goodness, like we've had like people submit stories and they don't have any like needed like trigger warnings, right? So I think these are just gonna be like super like unexplained and just spine chilling a little bit. So yeah, I think how this will be is I can find spots where we can like pause and like talk about it, right? Because we're just like, what the flip is happening? What is going on in this story? And then we'll have that little discussion on the side too before we continue. There's a Sea King. Before we start, let me check if I have this Pokemon. Ooh, I don't have it. So we will catch this. But like I said, feel free to leave me as like background noise while you do your guys' stuff too. I'm just here for the vibes as well, I'm sure, as you guys are. Okay. Yeah, this one is called Not My Mother. I'm a little afraid already. So, this story happened about 11 years ago. I was a senior in high school at the time, but it is the single most mind-boggling thing I've ever experienced. It's also important to note that it happened in mid-December. I'm from Iowa, and winters here get cold at night. Like, if you get stuck outside, you will die oh my god, you will die kind of cold. Well, yeah, freezing, right? Plus, snowfall makes everything dead silent. You can hear anything and everything inside the house and even immediately outside of it. Well, me and my friend were hanging out in my family's walkout basement, just having a boring winter night playing video games. We were also the only ones home. The reason it was just us is because my mother went from work straight to a bar to grab a few drinks with coworkers. So me and my friend thought it would be a good idea to break into the family wine and live a little. Oh gosh. Congrats on the shiny Noble! Congrats on the catch, you guys. As we were sitting there, opening up the first bottle, I hear the door to the garage open and slam shut. I immediately go, oh shit, and start looking for places to hide the bottle. My friend then says, I thought you said your mom was supposed to be out all night. She was, I replied. I then heard a few heavy stomps and hear my mother yell out, Meows and Boo, anyone home? I yell back up the stairs, yup, just hanging out in the basement. I hear a few more steps from the garage door towards the stairs, and she yells out again, can you come help me with something? I need you up here. I reply back while frantically trying to find a good place to hide the wine bottle. Yup, give me just a minute. Then, there was a silence for about 20 minutes. Anyone down there with you? She yelled back, in a more concerned, serious tone, in a voice that was slightly off of my mother's. This was the first thing that told me something wasn't right. Our family never cared if anyone was over, as our house was a very open house to all family and friends. And the voice, it was just wrong. Like it sounded like my mother's, but it was missing something that I couldn't put my finger on. Weirded out, I reply back, just Colton. After I yelled that back to her, I found a good place to hide the bottle and began walking up the steps to the next level. Oh gosh. Now, as I was walking up the steps, I couldn't help but feel the overbearing silence of the house, and the slight electric twinge that something wasn't right. When I got to the top of the steps, I look over to where the door to garage is, and also the kitchen right next to it. And it's black, pitch black. All of the lights were off, and there was no moonlight shining through any windows. I walked over to the kitchen yelling out, Mom, where are you? There was no reply, just silence and darkness. I feel the electric twinge turn into full needles, and my adrenaline kicking in full force. I have to get out of here as fast as possible. My mother was not home. Yikes, guys. Oh god. I run back down the stairs, grabbing my coat along the way. What's wrong? Colton says. My mom's not home, I reply as fast as I can, looking for my truck keys. What do you mean? You were just talking with her. I could see the confusion in his face. There's no one home. We need to leave now. I took a few steps towards the back door that opens up to the yard, and then I see my dog shaking on the couch, and my cat growling behind it. I couldn't leave them. I just knew that if we left, something would happen. Are we leaving? Colton said. Still confused as all hell. No, I can't leave them here alone. Something is really off. I'm going to call my mom and figure this out. I pull out my phone and call my mom. She picks up immediately. Meows and Boo. What's going on? She answers. Mom, were you just home? I heard you yelling for me from the second level when I was up, you weren't there, I said frantically, hoping that she was playing a joke. No, I am just leaving the bar. I wasn't feeling very well. Are you okay? What do you mean you heard me? I fill her in on the whole story and she rushes home. Colton and I stayed in the basement with the animals until she got home. But before she did, you could hear something upstairs. Not walking or sitting on things, but a pressure in the air. Like a black hole was slowly moving from one room to the next. And the word that I would instinctively describe it as is hungry. Oh god, I hate that. You liking the story already, right? When she got home, you can feel the thing leave just as quick as it came. Like an overbearing predatory presence had just flown away. We still have never figured out what the hell was going on, but this is just one story of many unexplainable things that have happened to us. But this is the easiest to write down, and one that I was happy to have a witness. Oh no! My mother has passed away now, and I have moved away to Arizona, but whenever I go back to Iowa and I see Colton, he still gets creeped out by what had happened. I'll never truly know what had happened, but I know that whatever it was had my mother's voice. It was evil and it was hungry. Oh. You know what that sounds like to me? I've been seeing a whole bunch of stories from like other people that some kind of like being that acts like this is like, it's called a mimic, right? Like it'll do anything to like mimic your loved ones so that it can gain your trust, right? Hi Jinghae! Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. It was a skinwalker? Oh heck no. But yeah, I've seen like countless stories of people being like, they swear they heard like, say their significant other call for them when they're like home alone, right? And then they answer to it and then they get nothing back, only to find out that, oh yeah, no one's actually there. And then they call the person, like these guys, like how this kid called their mom, right? Ugh. And it's like the most terrifying feeling to just get the answer of like, I'm on my way home, but like I'm not there yet. And you're just like, what the bring it on. Are you sending ghosts to summer? Supernatural has these types of stories. I actually watched the pilot episode last night because I didn't know it was on Netflix. It was about that like white lady, right? It's really interesting. I was like, oh, Supernatural. Leave the comments. This is a story from 5 years ago, by the way, and whoever the original poster, the OP, deleted like their account. Oh really? Yeah. First time posting this story, by the way. Sorry if it doesn't read well. I was trying to write it down exactly how I remembered it. Oh. And then DW Gaming said, got so many chills thinking about this. Never heard voices, but did see shadows in my basement under the door. Oh heck no. And thought parents were home. Go upstairs to say hi, and they weren't home. Let's all say the story brought all those memories back, and now I can't shake the chill. No, that's so sad. That's so sad. Oh yeah, see, like here they said, the more I think about it, the more I can't figure out what the hell that thing was. But no, I've never heard of something like this. Maybe a mimic or something, but I don't know. Yeah, I think they did have a mimic on their hands. Mm-hmm. It very much was giving mimic vibes. Okay. Let's see what stories are also here. Oh, this one's one that I posted. Hold on. Where is it? Twink. Rid of this one. Yeah, this one was really creepy. I was like, oh god, I hate it. I hate it. This one's called My Son Thinks There's a Woman in His Closet, and I don't like this story. It's just so it's just anything that you can't explain, right, is always so fucking scary. Dueco! 99% Gorgonzola? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you. And give me the sandbuns. Good morning. Dueco, we just read through one of your submissions. The one that was called, Not My Mother. That one was, like, terrifying. Like, they definitely had a mimic on their hands. That was creepy. Yeah, we've only read one so far, and I was like, what the? What the? This poor Dueco. Yeah, that was wild. And I'm like, it's those kind of stories that make me feel so, like, I'm so glad we don't have a basement. Because I'm like, I don't know. Basements are just terrifying to me. I never hear anything good. Like, in any of the places I've lived, we've never had a basement. But I've also never been to, like, a house, like a friend's house, where they have had a basement. So I think, you know, win. W. Yeah, basements are freaky. I can't do it. I couldn't. Like, the only thing that I would like about basements is that it's, like, relatively colder, because it's, like, way closer to ground, right? It's, like, underground, basically. Ugh. But yeah, this one is called My Son Thinks There's a Woman in His Closet, and it's from a month ago. Like, this was just posted a month ago. Let's go, let's go. Mom, Dad, she's back, she's back! My 8-year-old son burst into our room screaming, the door banging against the wall as he dove into the darkness where my wife and I were trying to sleep. Richard, I groaned, voice thick with exhaustion, my eyes still half-lidded. I've told you 1,000 times, she's not real. He scrambled straight onto the bed into Sarah's arms. She gathered him close without hesitation, soothing him with soft words and a hand stroking his back. It's all right, honey. You're safe, she whispered, kissing the top of his head. Then her eyes flickered to me, sharp and urgent. Mike, can you check Richard's closet, just to be sure? I rubbed my face, trying to shake the weight of sleep. Babe, I'm not going to. Her stare cut through me, colder than the night air. No words, just a demand. I sighed, swung my legs out of bed, and shuffled towards my son's room. We'd done this song and dance at least 15 times now, and it was starting to grate on me. About 2 months ago, Richard had first told us about the woman who came out of his closet at night to whisper to him. At first, we were obviously horrified. When I heard his screams that first night, I'd run like a bat out of hell down the hall, flicked the light switch on, and found him trembling, finger extended at the closet door. Oh, this poor kid, dude. I'd ripped it open without a second thought, heart hammering, scanning every corner for any sign of threat. But of course, there was nothing there. Just a neat row of clothes, boxes, and a few scattered toys at the bottom. This time was no different. I opened the closet door with irritation, and upon looking at an empty space once again, I closed it a bit harder than I wanted and went back to our bedroom. Yoicks. Yoicks. Hi, Jonesy J. Good morning. Hope you're doing good. We just started this story. It's called, what is it called? It's called My Son Thinks There's a Woman in His Closet. So we're currently talking about the dad who just went back to the the son's room to check the closet and they found nothing. Hope you're doing good. Yoink, Scoob. Jeepers. It's all clear, buddy, I said softly, stepping back into our bedroom. Richard was still curled up in Sarah's lap. His face his face blotchy with tears. She said it's almost time for me to meet her other children, he choked out between sobs. You said you don't love me. Only she loves me, and that she's my real mother. His eyes flicked up to Sarah's face before he buried himself again in her chest, clinging to her like a lifeline. But I don't want her to be my mommy. You're my mommy. It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay, Sarah cooed, rocking him gently. You're not going anywhere with her. You can sleep with us tonight. I tried to catch her eyes, sending her a desperate look that screamed absolutely not. But she wouldn't meet my gaze, and it was clear I had no sway in this. Sarah curled up with Richard, whispering comfort into his hair as his little body shook with exhaustion. I grabbed my pillow and trudged to the living room, resigning myself to another night on the couch. I glanced at the clock on the way out. 3:45 a.m. If I was lucky, maybe I'd steal a few hours of rest before the alarm yanked me up for work at 7. Richard's night terrors were getting worse. What had started once or twice a week had snowballed into nearly every night. The constant interruptions, the same routine over and over. I was starting to feel the edges of my sanity fray. We tried everything. Night lights, leaving the door cracked, sitting with him until he fell asleep. For a while we thought it might help, but every night the same thing happened. The screams, the tears, the panicked rush to his room. Over and over. What used to be once or twice a week had turned into a ritual, a relentless routine that left us staggering through the days like zombies. What the flip? You're right, the witching hour. 3 a.m. Can you imagine being this little boy? He's only 8, right? And like, imagine like every night at at 3 a.m. like this freaking thing. I couldn't. Oh my god. When morning finally came, I was pulled from a shallow, twisted sleep by the shrill whistle of the kettle. My neck throbbed from the awkward angle of the couch cushions as I pushed myself upright. Richard sat at the table, still in his pajamas, spooning soggy cereal into his mouth. Sarah hovered beside him with her mug clutched tight, her face pale, eyes rimmed in red. She looked like she hadn't slept either. Morning, I muttered, grabbing a mug from the cupboard. Sarah only hummed in response, staring at Richard like she was watching him for signs of something she couldn't quite name. How'd you sleep, buddy? I asked, forcing a note of cheer into my voice as I reached over to ruffle his hair. Fine, he mumbled, without looking up from his cereal. His voice was flat, distant, too old for an 8-year-old. If I were the parents, I would tell the boy to ask the ghost if it wants to pay for tuition. I don't think an 8-year-old will know what that is yet. Noble. He'd be like, what's tuition? What's tuition? Oh god, I frowned. No bad dreams? I've told you, it's not a dream, Richard said quietly, but there was a tremor in his voice. She's real. But the ghost would? I can't. Richard, please. It's not. You don't listen, he suddenly shouted, the words bursting out of him like a dam breaking. He shoved his chair back, startling Sarah so badly she almost spilled her coffee. She's real, she's real, she's real! Okay, I said, hands out, trying to calm him. Richard's small chest heaved, his eyes welled with tears before he collapsed back onto the table, his forehead pressing into the arms as— oh no! Into his arms as sobs overtook him. I should get ready for work, I muttered, the weight of exhaustion settling over me like a heavy coat. I stormed out of the room, shoulders tense, each step dragging as though the floor itself were holding me back. It's a good test in my opinion. Oh heck no. I stumbled into work feeling hollow, the morning's tension still clinging to me like wet clothes. Every step felt heavier than the last, and the hum of fluorescent lights overhead grated on my nerves. My coworkers greeted me with cheerful hellos, but their voices sounded distant, almost muffled, as if I were underwater. Meetings blurred together, I nodded at things that I didn't absorb, smiled at jokes I didn't hear. My hands shook slightly as I sipped coffee after coffee, trying to fuel my brain enough to function. By lunchtime, my stomach had tied itself in knots, twisting with anxiety rather than hunger. I was more caffeine than mad. I was more caffeine than mad? I can't. If the boy comes up with an answer, then I would know. If he cannot, then he is not haunted. I can't. Noble. The day felt endless. Each task a mountain, each conversation a strain. I smiled when someone complimented a project, but it felt hollow, forced. Every text or ping made me flinch, half expecting it to be a message from home, a new terror, a new scream, a new worry. By the time the workday ended, I was completely drained, my mind frayed at the edges. I packed up slowly, almost reluctantly, thinking of the evening ahead. Another night, another battle against shadows only I could see. The thought made my chest tighten, but I knew I'd march back home anyway, because that's where my son was, and he needed me. That's when I had an idea. Oh shit, guys. Oh shit! By the time the workday ended, I was completely drained. My mind— wait, I read that. On the way home, I stopped at a local electronics store and picked up a nanny cam. Ooh, a nanny cam! Holy shit, can you imagine? What if they like do catch something? I can't. It was a small, unassuming square with a tiny lens in the center, but I knew it could be the key to finally understanding what was happening. After a quiet, tense dinner, I explained the idea to Sarah. She listened carefully, her tired eyes locked on mine. And after a moment, she nodded. It's a good idea, she said softly. Anything to help Richard. And us. Yup. It's scary! I passed Richard in the living room. He was lying on his belly, engrossed in a pair of dinosaurs, making loud roars and snarls as he smashed them together. Nearby, a drawing caught my eye. It depicted the three of us, me on the far left, Sarah in the middle, and Richard to the right. But at the very edge of the page, there was another figure. It was taller than any of us, long black hair falling over its head, arms unnaturally long, and a crooked smile crudely drawn across its face. I can't say face today. I clung to the hope that the camera would finally reveal the truth, that it was all in my son's head. I set up the nanny cam on Richard's dresser, a perfect vantage point, capturing both his bed and the closet in frame. Tomorrow morning, I plan to show him that nothing was in his room, that everything was safe, that we could all sleep easy. Okay, what do you guys think? You think they're gonna find anything? Spooky season is over, SMH. It's Mariah time. Zaps. Hey, listen. Halloween may be over, but the paranormal is forever. Oh my god. Hi, Zaps. Hello. Hope you're having a good Sunday. You think they will find something? Ooh. I'm gonna say I hope they don't find anything. I can't. Los spookies. No, Mariah's still defrosting. Yeah, she's been defrosting since September. Some even say that she started defrosting like late August. Tell that to Fortnite. Are they bringing back her skins already? Does she have skins? Okay, we're about to find out. Are you guys ready? Because I definitely am not. I'm scared. Too late, they will find something. Summer's like, get it over with, rip the band-aid. After downloading the app and double checking that the camera was recording, I got Richard ready for bed. His small hands clutched his favorite dinosaur as I helped him into a pair of blue pajamas and tucked him in. "See that?" I asked, pointing to the camera as I crouched at by his bed. "It's a camera. It'll keep you safe." They brought out her skin 2 days ago? Really? I am not in the Fortnite loop like I usually should be. The last update I ever got from that game was when the K-pop Demon Hunter skins came out, and I had to log on once and get them, and then I just never played again. Her aura leaking from the ice? Oh heck no. Will she see it? His voice trembled. The terror behind the words unmistakable. "I don't think so, buddy," I said gently. "You probably won't do anything. I'll be watching over you tonight. I'll keep you safe." "Okay," he whimpered, convinced. Or at least trying to be. Oh my god, this is so sad. "I love you too, buddy." "Oh, I love you, buddy," I said, leaning over to kiss his forehead. "I love you too, Dad," he murmured, eyes already heavy with sleep. I stood slowly, careful to not make a sound, and left the room, leaving his door cracked open. I awoke in the morning, surprisingly rested. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was already 8 a.m. Sarah lay next to me, her soft snores filling the quiet room. I carefully swung my legs over to the side of the bed and crept over Richard's room. I gently knocked on the slightly ajar door before peeking inside. He lay on his back, blankets pulled up to his chest, staring at me with a solemn, almost black expression. "Morning, buddy. Sleep okay?" I asked softly. He simply nodded. "That's good. Are you hungry? I can whip up some pancakes if you want." Richard nodded again. He was no doubt heavy with lingering sleep. "Alright, bud. I'll let you snooze a bit longer. I'll holler when the pancakes are ready." I shut the door quietly and made my way to the kitchen. The rest of the morning passed without incident. Richard emerged from his room about an hour after I had checked on him, absolutely famished. He devoured 6 pancakes with barely a pause, but he remained quiet, speaking little. After breakfast, he quietly went off to play with his toys. I'm scared! Oh god. You did that with the Ghostface and Art. The clown skins? Oh god, I can't with Art the Clown. I'm scared. Oh, okay. After showering and getting dressed, I decided to show Richard the footage from the nanny cam. Pulling out my phone, I opened the app and began reviewing last night's recording. I watched myself lean over his bed, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead, whispering that I loved him, and then quietly leaving the room. The camera's night vision kicked in, bathing the room in an eerie, pale green light. I fast-forwarded the footage a bit, stopping just after midnight. The closet door creaked open, a thin, almost skeletal hand pushing it aside. On the screen, I saw my boy jolt upright in bed, his eyes snapping to the darkness. Before he could even scream, something surged out of the closet. A tall, impossibly pale figure, its long black hair spilling down over its chest like a waterfall. Its arms were grotesquely long. They were outstretched as it moved. In one smooth motion, it clammed a hand over Richard's mouth, smothering any sound, and with the other arm scooped him up as though he weighed nothing. It held him to its chest, rocking him slowly, almost tenderly, like a mother soothing a frightened child. My poor boy's small fist pounded against its chest, his legs kicked wildly, but the thing didn't flinch. It simply tightened its grip and continued its eerie rocking, staring down at him with hollow, unblinking eyes. Then, to my horror, it carried him off into the closet. Oh. Noble? What the heck is that emote? Guys! Oh god. I watched in horror, my stomach twisting with dread, and fast-forwarded the footage. About 30 minutes later, the thing returned, moving silently from the closet. This time, it carried something. A doll, pale and lifeless, cradled in its long, spindly arms. It set the doll carefully on Richard's bed, then glided towards the dresser. Oh! Hi you guys, Ronan! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, we're just reading some Reddit stories. How's everyone doing? If you guys don't already know me, my name is Zensky, so you can call me Zen. Zen, anything you want. I am a variety streamer, but today we're just taking it easy and we're just reading some spooky Reddit stories. We're currently reading about a thing that's in an 8-year-old boy's closet, and his dad had set a camera, like a nanny cam, into the kid's bedroom to, like, you know, watch him and the closet. Something definitely did emerge from the closet, took him into the closet, and now we're reading the bits after after the fact that it happened. They took the kid into the closet. But yeah, Ronan, how was Paleo? Did you get any stuff done? Were you just chilling, foraging, cooking? Thank you for giving him a shout out, Dicko. Well, hi Cosmic. Hi Noble again. Hi Smiles. Welcome in, you guys. I love how you guys went in, like, you were chilling with Ronan, Paleo, you know, cozies, and now you're gonna be here terrified with us. Oh, we were talking about, like, do you think they'll find anything? Do you think they'll find anything in the closet? And I was just like, I hope we don't find anything. But Summer was definitely like, they're gonna find something. The Whistler Dweller, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You were asleep and in spirit? Oh gosh. 2 days after Halloween? Okay, hater. I said this earlier. Halloween may be over, but the paranormal lives on, okay? It lasts all year. 24/7. Summer's like, I knew it. I knew it from the start. Oh my gosh. Some stuff? I love that for you. Did they renew stuff already for, like, the bulletin board, or is that, like, not yet? Do I have time? Or, like, is today the day that there's, like, a new update? Am I gonna cry? Hey. What did we fail at? What did we fail at? But yeah, if you guys need a raid and run, please don't hesitate to do so. I know it's like middle of day. If you gotta take care of stuff, you have stuff to be responsible with, please go make sure you go do them. But if you do want to leave me as, like, background noise, or if you want to hang with us too, I will be reading Reddit stories for this stream. I think you have until Wednesday, but that's usually update day. Not sure. You're right. It is Wednesdays, right? I have to remember, Tuesdays are for DVD, and then Paleo was for Wednesdays. Wednesdays are for Paleo. Hi, Jay! Jay! Hi! Good morning! Have a good stream. Thank you! Have a great rest of your day. Have a great rest of your day, you guys. You're cooking loaded potatoes? Were you planning on sharing with the class? I freaking want loaded potatoes, the fuck? That sounds so good. The update's in like 2 days? Okay, so I have time. It's so dumb. I need 2 more Umbron wreaths? Wreaths. I need 2 more wreaths, and I'm just like, ugh. I got so burnt out just having to, like, wait every in-game day to check if it's in the store. Because I got that, like, Umbron, like, starter recipe pack for, like, building things. Like, one, I was already, like, running out of materials, but I don't know if the wreath is in there. I think you have to, like, get it via something, right? Cosmic, I'm sorry. Not that kind of wraith. I don't think he's gonna share. He said sure. I think I deserve some loaded potatoes. Can you send pictures when they're done? If you're okay with sending pictures of them, I would love to see them and, you know, eat through the screen type beat. Yeah, you have to discover it. It's so stupid. Like, where am I supposed to find it? Like, is it just me interacting with things specifically in Elderwood? I don't like being in Elderwood because I get stuck in the same spot all the time, which is the deep woods. I'm just there all the time. The read is in there, it's just a random chance to earn. Oh! I don't think my RNG is good. I'm pissed. Oh my god. They're just the cheap brand ones? Oh, still. I love, you know, I don't discriminate. I love all types of loaded potatoes. Oh my god, I might buy some though. Like the potato skins, right? I love buying those. I just stick them in the oven. Speaking of RNG, 13% Gruyere. I got 100% raclette today. That's what I got. But yeah, let's finish up this story. I think we're almost to the end of it. A good cheese, yeah, Gruyere is good. Going to try my hand at making a dragatini plushie. What? You're no longer blue cheese, yes! I feel bad. Who was it today? Dueco, I think. They got like 90% gorgonzola or like 99% gorgonzola. I'm like, oh honey, I'm so sorry. Strider Prime, mabuhay! Hi! Welcome in, welcome in! Happy time zone! Okay, where did we stop? Where did we stop? Okay. But yes. I watched in horror, my stomach twisting with dread, and fast forwarded to the footage. About 30 minutes later, the thing returned, moving silently from the closet. This time it carried something. A doll. Pale and lifeless, cradled in its long, spindly arms. It set the doll carefully on Richard's bed, then glided toward the dresser. From a drawer, it pulled out a pair of pajamas and, with deliberate care, dressed the doll in my son's clothes. A soft, almost affectionate tap on the doll's head followed. Then the figure retreated into the shadows of the closet, closing the door with a faint click. Yo. It's rough out here, just a little bit. I'm so sorry, love. Nata yahoo bam. Mabuhay. Yo. Notters! I held my breath, watching the doll. Slowly, impossibly, it began to grow. Its limbs stretched, its torso lengthened, until it matched the exact height and shape of Richard. Yee. Even his hair was the same. Its small hands mimicked the way Richard had slept. Its head tilted in the same way he had fallen asleep. The doll, no, the thing, was now indistinguishable from my son, and a cold, creeping terror wrapped around me like ice. The thing in my house is not my son. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe because if I don't, no one will ever know what happened here. Maybe because if she comes for me next, someone will at least understand what happened to my boy. Richard is gone. She took him. I haven't told Sarah. She thinks Richard's been quiet today, that he's just tired. I can't tell her. She wouldn't believe me. Or maybe she would, and then she'd go crazy like I am. I don't know what to do. I can't go to the police and tell them a monster took my child. They'd lock me up. Please. Please, if anyone ever finds this, help us. My son is out there somewhere. She took him somewhere. I don't know if he's alive or dead. I don't know if she's keeping him. I'm going to try. I'm going into the closet. If I don't come back, if Sarah finds this, tell her I tried. Tell Richard I'm sorry. And there's no updates on this because it was a written story. So, oh my god, that's disgusting. The only mabuhay I ever hear is when I land at night on TV. Like those, like, it's showtime. Like, they were like, mabuhay mga madlang Pilipinas. And then you hear ba 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 Ba-da-da. I'm getting Coraline vibes from this, yeah. But instead of sewing buttons for eyes, it's taking the entire kid and then replacing it with itself. Like it wanted to be the kid. It was crazy too, because in the beginning, like, the son was saying, like, whatever was in the closet was like, they don't love you. Like, I am your true mother. Like, I love you. I'm like, oh heck no. Oh heck no. It is a Coraline ass story. The other mummy. The other mother. Yup. But yeah, that was my son thinks there's a woman in his closet. It reminds you of a movie? Probably Coraline. Let's see. I kind of want to read one of Noble's submissions. Let's see this one. It's called "The Previous Tenant of My New Flat Left a Survival Guide. I'm not sure I want to live here anymore." Oh, the boy used to talk to the mirror in his room. Oh, what movie is that? I wonder what that one is. Also, I'm really sorry if you guys hear a lot of like background talking. It's morning, everyone's waking up. So they're all getting ready for like breakfast and for the day. And his parents thought he was just talking to himself. I hate that. Like, I don't like any paranormal stories regarding like mirrors, because mirrors can be like a gateway to like other places, you know? And those places are probably things you don't want to find out. Right? Oh, it's a series, this one. It's a story from the, what do you call it? Reddit category? No sleep. Ooh. Mirrors are 100% portals, I can confirm. Yeah, they're like gateways to other portals. That's freaking scary. That's the reason why, like, if I were to like sleep in a room, I will not do it if it's like the bed is facing a mirror, like straight ahead, like you, right? Like when you look forward while you're laying like flat, and if you're facing a mirror, I don't like that. I don't like that. It has to be like off center, because that's like you don't want to invite any of that energy. No. Was it called The Boy in the Mirror? I can't. Okay. This one. Previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I'm not sure if I want to live here anymore. I wonder what the guide has on it. Like, so what are we surviving here, right? I dare you to sleep in an all-mirror room. No thanks. No, I won't do it. I moved in with my boyfriend yesterday. We've been together for 5 years now. And we're old and wise enough to settle down and finally leave our parents' houses. He just turned 24 and I'm 22. He is the love of my life. His name is Jamie and I couldn't be happier to be living with him. When we decided to make the leap, we spent 2 months looking at flats and houses. We couldn't afford to buy yet, so renting was our only option, but the prices were astronomical. For our budget, we would have been lucky to get a box room and a stove. Jamie works for a local 24-hour fast food restaurant and I'm training to be a teacher. The early stages of training don't pay much and I owe a lot in student loans, so finances are tough. We had almost given up hope until we found our flat. It was nothing special, but to us it was a palace. A spacious 2-bedroom apartment with views of a city park, a balcony and local conveniences. It was in a tower block in a not so nice area, but neither of us had been wealthy growing up. We weren't fussy, just grateful to be together. The advert was sweetened by the deposit free option and open-ended tenancy. The landlord was happy to sign a 5-year contract if we wanted. That sort of thing never happens in the city. We were told that along with no deposit, we would also have no inspections, but would be liable to pay for any damage when we ended the tenancy. I'd never heard anything quite like it. We knew that for our budget and location, we weren't going to get any better. We snapped the place up fast, not even bothering to view it. It felt like our only chance. Move-in day rolled around quickly, and yesterday we got the keys to our first home together. It was such a strange feeling. The day was chaos, getting our stuff in and up the lift. We were flat number 42 on the 7th floor. The items we couldn't get in the lift had to be taken up by all the stairs by the removal men. Oh gosh. That sucks when you're moving and there's like no like available elevator like to certain spots and you have to like take the stairs. Welcome back to the ads, you guys. Pro tip, always go for a flat with a tragic story. It's much cheaper. Much cheaper but more haunted, right? In the evening, we settled down on our second-hand sofa, given to us by a cousin of a friend, and watched some TV. We smoked cigarettes on the balcony looking at the park and fell asleep on our mattress on the floor super early because we had no energy to put the bed together yet. Jamie had work at a hideous time in the morning. Dude, this just reminded me when me and my family were first moving into the house that we live in right now. We definitely had like nothing in the house. Like we have only like inputted a TV on top of like the little like cabinet thing, like to stand it upright. And while we were like doing the whole like transitioning thing into it, like we were just sleeping because we had like no couches, no like lamp lights or stuff like that. It was like completely bare. Hi Ducky, welcome in. We were sleeping on air beds on the floor in the living room. And I loved it honestly because it was so cold on the floor. But yeah. Hello, low-key hub. What? Girl. What does that mean? Halloween model eaten down? I can't. Am I slaying? Am I doing good? Nice catch on the shallows. Oh, it's a point redeem, Ronan. It's a point redeem. You're hungover? Dude, make sure you drink water, okay? Drink water and get something in your system. 78% camembert. Cray. Crazy. We slept soundly last night. I felt safe and happy. I don't think this feeling is coming back anytime soon, and it's all due to the note I found this morning. Ooh. What does the note say? I found it in the kitchen, having a coffee, hours after Jamie had left for his early shift at work. It was in one of the cupboards that were fixed to the wall. There were a bunch of useful items from the previous tenant. Spare keys to the flat, a set of tiny keys that locked and unlocked the windows, necessary for those with kids this high up. Right. Spare smoke alarm batteries and a folded up piece of paper. The note was handwritten with new occupier of flat 42 in a beautiful cursive on the blank side. I opened it up and sat down to read. I can't really describe it to you, so I'm going to copy it down below. Oish. I'm scared, guys. You love all cheese? Are you like a blue cheese enjoyer too? I tried to like blue cheese, but like the amount of times I tried it, like in like pastas or like charcuterie boards, I just couldn't with the bitter taste. It was like a lot for me. If you can drink more alcohol, you cannot actually be. Nuh-uh. Do not listen to Noble. Please drink water. Please drink water. Okay, here's the note. Dear new occupier, firstly, welcome to your new home. I have lived here before you for 35 years with my husband. Unfortunately, he had an incident at home recently that I'd rather not discuss that claimed his life. His sister has now decided I can't keep up with all the demands of the property and has insisted that I move in with her and her husband. I was reluctant at first, but the stairs do kill me at my age, and without Bernie... Hi, doctor! Thank you so so much for the 18 months. Welcome in. Thank you for always supporting the channel. I hope you like your goodies. Enjoy your goodies, your sub badge, your no ends, and your emotes. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Where was I? Anyway, when you've lived somewhere for as long as I have, it feels like a person that you know. You understand its personality and what makes it tick. I thought it was probably pertinent that I impart some of that knowledge to you. It's a wonderful home, honestly. I have lived through best and worst years, and leaving it behind is very emotional, but if you are to survive and get the best out of it, then there are some steps you need to follow. Steps to follow? For a house? Oh god, I'm scared. 1. The landlord will never bother you. He doesn't visit, call, or communicate in any way, but make sure to pay your rent in a timely fashion, always. I've only dealt with him once in 35 years, and let's just say I never missed another rent day. Any repairs required, you speak to the agent you rented the place with. 2. Do not use the communal lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m. Ooh. Again, the witching hours. 3 a.m. Just don't do it. This step is vital if you are to have a happy life here. It really is life or death. Don't do it. This has cost me and many others in the building greatly, and I would rather not elaborate on why you shouldn't do this. Just please don't. I cannot stress this enough. Well, I mean... Okay, but like if you're gonna tell someone like they shouldn't, wouldn't you want to like at least kind of tell them why? Because I'm like, at this point, like if it were me, like I would like to know why. Like I would obviously not use it from those times, but also like give me like context, queen. Give me context. Blue cheese I can only tolerate barely, but you can eat it. Oh, I'm glad for you. I can't do it. Just trust me, bro. Right? I'm like, no, you need to give me context. 3. When you hear the strange animal noises coming from flat 48, don't question it. Mr. Prentice lives there, and he's a lovely chap. Don't be afraid to say hello to him in the corridor or on the stairs. He's old school, so he never risks the lift. But whatever you do, don't check on him when you hear the noise. You'll know when you hear them. What are these things? Like, where are we living? Where are we living? Does the witching hour do daylight savings? Yeah, anytime it's 3 a.m. No matter how long it takes to get to 3 a.m. I think it counts. 4. If you ever come across a window cleaner on the balcony, ignore him. He may seem like the nicest fellow you've ever had trying to sell you something at the door, but it really is the best that you don't engage. He will go away if you ignore him, but he tries pretty hard the first few times, so you'll need some resilience. Whatever you do, don't offer him anything. No money, no hot drink. Whoa. 5. Don't leave the food scraps out. Bin or refrigerate them immediately. If you have small animals, it is imperative that you watch them eat and take away any leftover food immediately after they are done. This and rule 2 go hand in hand. The things forage all day and seem to really love animal feed. You don't want them in your flat, I promise. You can leave what you want out between... What? You can leave what you want out between 1:11 and 3:30 a.m. So you may want to feed your pets then. What the? So you can't use the elevator from those times, but you can feed your animals scraps between those times? What the? Okay. I'm scared. 6. Don't communicate with any neighbors who claim to come from flats 65 to 72. These flats suffered a fire in the late 80s that devastated the whole floor. All the residents died in their homes. The building was mostly council owned at the time, and they never bothered to renovate the flats. They've been empty ever since, but every now and then someone will knock on your door claiming to live in one of these flats and ask to borrow some sugar. They will seem entirely average to you, but you must shut and lock the door immediately. I installed 2 extra security bolts to avoid these fuckers. I don't like to swear at my age, but they really are fuckers. I love her. Oh gosh. 7. Simple one for you here. Keep a weapon in each room. Sometimes you follow all these steps and something still slips through the net. Better to be safe than sorry? What the f- What do you mean? What do you mean we have to keep a weapon in each room? Oh heck no. 8. The building has a committee that will try to get you to join. It's one of those neighbors groups about improving living conditions for all residents. It's a nice group, and the lady who runs it, Terry from flat 26, is a fantastic neighbor. By all means, get involved, but I wouldn't recommend babysitting Terry's 2 children. She'll ask you because the poor woman needs a break, but if you accept, don't say I didn't warn you. 9. Stray hairless cats sometimes roam in the hallways. Whoa. I know they're supposedly a special expensive breed, but they don't belong to anyone. They're mostly harmless, but don't pick them up. Not unless you see one of those neighbors that claim to live in 65 to 72, then grab the cat and lock it inside with you. It'll burn your skin a little, but the cats are friendly and I wouldn't want to see them hurt. What? Gross. You don't like hairless cats? I do agree they look kind of... they're very wrinkly. What do you mean it's gonna burn your skin if you pick up the cat? No! They always look like old men. They can get blackheads apparently. Really? I know like it's one of like it's like the cat breed where you have to give them showers occasionally, because like a lot more frequently is what I mean. Because they are just skin and they stink a lot easier. 76% halloumi? That's another cheese I've never tried. And I know it's like a very solid cheese, right? Like that's the cheese that people will like pan fry because they keep their shape. Because they can get excessively oily without the fur. Ah. Really? I thought they were hypoallergenic as fuck. Yeah, they are hypoallergenic. They're just stinky. Because they don't have the fur, so you won't get itchy if you're like super allergic to cat fur, like dander. But they are stinky. It looks so good. I want to try it. Halloumi is so delish, really. One of my old friends is allergic to cats and have wanted a hairless cat so he could have one. Aww. Did he ever get one? 10. There is no way to fix the damp patch on the ceiling in the bedroom. Sometimes it will turn a deep crimson and look quite concerning, but please try not to be alarmed. It doesn't drip, it doesn't get any bigger, and it's been there longer than I have. The landlord won't budge on it, according to the agents. I flagged it many times, even called the police the first night it changed color. But it was a waste of time, and it will be for you too. It's best to ignore it. Oh no, he's not actually allergic, he just wanted it. I'm crying. 11. You can trust the postman. His name is Ian Flanders, and he's been the postman since before I moved in. He has his own key to the main door and delivers post to the door every morning at 8:54. I can't include everything here, or it would become a novel, but if you have any questions, Ian will help you. 12. Okay, it was 12 things. Finally, the first few weeks are the worst. You'll feel like you've made a mistake. I'm sure reading this you already do, but if you can get through the first weeks, it really is a lovely block to live in. Every property has its quirks, and this one is a little extra special, but you can be truly happy here if you just take my advice. I wish you all the best, I really do. Yours truly, Mrs. Prudence Hemmings. What the? What the? Be safe, Jay! Have a good shopping session. Shopping session. I hope you find everything you need. Or want. But be safe out there. I don't really know what to think after reading the note. Hopefully it was some sort of joke, but the agent had said the previous tenant was an elderly lady, and I can't see anyone named Prudence Hemming attempting to play practical jokes on someone they'd never met. There were also parts of the note I couldn't disprove. There was indeed a large damp patch above the bed that me and Jamie had already discussed reporting. No crimson, but it definitely existed. I had also commented on a beautiful Sphinx cat roaming the halls as we were moving in. I start to get seriously freaked out. Our dream, our beautiful little home, had just become a source of fear and confusion. I checked the time and it was 9:14. Damn it. Out of time to catch the postman, Ian. When I opened the door to check, sure enough, 2 letters addressed to a Mrs. Hemming sat on the doorstep. Oh. Good luck on the bogey catch. At about 11:15, my worst fears were truly confirmed when a friendly middle-aged looking man carrying window cleaning equipment knocked on my balcony door. I ignored him. I didn't want to take the risk until I had spoken to Jamie and showed him the note. I texted him already to rush home. I felt bad as the man rapped his knuckles against the door for over 10 minutes, but suddenly the longer it went on, the more I was terrified. My windows were sparkling, and due to our lack of curtains, I couldn't even hide from his gaze. I felt so exposed. He stayed for a total of 30 minutes, exactly, and never once did he stop looking at me or knocking. He shouted the occasional ultra-friendly line or humble request for a beverage in the heat through the door, but I did my best to avoid eye contact. Yikes. When he finally left, I looked outside every window in the flat, but I couldn't see him on any of the other balconies or see any equipment suggesting he was around. He had vanished completely. Jamie still hasn't texted me back. He must have been having a rough shift. It was a Friday and they were always busy. It wasn't often that he didn't reply. He was due home in around an hour anyway. I read the note probably 100 times over. I tortured myself reading it for the next hour, desperately waiting for Jamie to come through the door and tell me it was all crazy and I should relax. I hoped for that so much. But Jamie never came. His shift should have finished around midday, but by 2 p.m. he still wasn't home. I panicked. I cried. I left over 100 voice messages on his phone, but got nowhere. I finally decided it's been long enough that calling his work wouldn't embarrass him, and his boss told me that he never turned up for his shift. What? I thought about it, but what could have happened? Then it hit me. Jamie's shift started at 4 a.m. today. He would have left the flat at 3:15 and taken the lift down the stairs. I don't know what to do. I tried to convince myself it was all just a big joke. Maybe Jamie wrote the note and got his boss in on it? A voice in my head kept telling me that he couldn't write like that if he tried, but I had to attempt to fool myself. Getting late and he still isn't home. What if it's all true? I think we made a big mistake. Ooh. My next steps and what happened after that. Ooh, should we read the next the updates? I'm gonna hide this real quick just to make sure like it's not like weird stuff that I click on. Okay, so this one is okay, that one is just the profile. And then this one was titled my next steps. Okay. What do we think of this one so far? Like, what happened? What happens in that lift? Was it like? I imagine it's like we were talking about mirrors being like portals and gateways, but what if that elevator was too? Like, read another and then come back to it. So you want me to like move on first and then we'll come back to it? But can you imagine if that elevator, like, I don't think, because if it were to happen every single night, I don't think it would like slam all the way down to wherever it like it lands. But I wonder if it is like a portal. What would I do if I were in that situation? Or like build up the anticipation? Oh heck no. I'm dying to know. Ronan just sent me a message saying taters and a lip bite emote, but there's no pictures of taters. It could be like Silent Hill 4. Oh heck no. No, I'm gonna read through it, Noble. We need to, while we're still reeled in, we are reading this story. We're reading this story. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is part 2, and this is my next steps. Greyhounds, welcome. You've been lurking. Continue the story, please. I will. I promise. Okay, so this is part 2. So much has happened in the last 24 hours. I'm so stressed and I've barely slept since I discovered that Jamie was missing. It's starting to make me feel a little twitchy. But I thought I'd better update you guys. Keep them on the hook, you say. Yup. I was overwhelmed by all the suggestions you gave me, and I've taken more than a few of them on board. I'm definitely going to be a huge planter full of sage for the balcony, and I did spill a little salt. I did spill a little salt in my doorway. I'm sorry to disappoint, but that didn't help at all. There's nothing I'm following quite like Mrs. Hemming's rules. I followed them to the letter so far, and lo and behold, I'm still alive. That's not to say it hasn't been tough. I'll start from the beginning. I was going crazy. In a few hours after my last post, Jamie still hadn't returned. He'd been gone for almost 24 hours. His work has called me multiple times. I don't know what to say, so I just keep ghosting the calls. I was bang in the middle of danger time. in the middle of danger time. 3 a.m. I decided to, checking the lift had to be my first step, but I wasn't going to break the rule. I waited desperately for 3:34 to come, and I'm ashamed to say that when it did, I remained paralyzed to our sofa for almost half an hour before I found the nerve to leave the flat. It was 4:02 when I finally reached the lift. The lift in this building is old and rickety. It hadn't been updated in a very long time and has likely been here as long as the building. Its big, clunky buttons stared back at me as I glared at them, hoping for some sort of answer or clue. My heart thumped and I was overcome with a feeling of dread, but nothing came of any of it. It was hopeless. I stepped inside the lift, rode it up and down a few floors, and searched the entire perimeter with a phone torch for anything I could find. I found nothing. Jamie had completely disappeared. Sobbing and exhausted, I rode back to floor 7 and turned my key in flat 42, the perfect home that felt anything but home at that point. I sat at the cheap, flat-packed dining table we managed to put together on move-in day and cried, my hands shaking as I held the phone. I was fitting between reading all your comments and contemplating calling the police for an hour, but I decided to call my friend Georgia instead. I needed a real person here. Things were so crazy I wasn't sure the police would be able to help with what little information I had. But I knew I needed to sound it out with someone. I'll spare you the details again, but I told her everything. She promised she'd be with me in the late morning. She had to take her younger brother to school. I waited anxiously. Not before arming everything. Every room exactly as advised. Before I knew it, I looked up at the clock and it was 8:23. I had around half an hour until the postman was due to show up. There was no way I was missing him today. I stood by the door looking vacantly at the wood, like someone in a film who was possessed. The exhaustion was really setting in, but Jamie was all I could think of. Pure adrenaline was keeping me standing. At 8:52 I opened the door. The next 2 minutes were the longest of my life, but when I saw him, a wave of relief swept my entire body. Right on cue, 8:54, the postman, Ian Flanders, stood in front of me. A smile that barely hid his concern covering his younger than expected face. He didn't look old enough to have been the postman for over 35 years, but I was too distracted by the answers that I needed for him to care. "You must be the new tenant," he stated, but in a way that it sounded like a question. I struggled with my answer, so I got straight to the point. Mrs. Hemmings left me a note. She said to speak to you if... Can I come in, dear? I think we need to chat. I ushered Ian in, my hands still shaking as I flapped them in the direction of the sofa, gesturing for him to sit down. I shoved the now slightly crumpled note into his lap and waited. I'm glad Prue still thinks that highly of me. I will miss that old girl, he said with a coy smile as he reached the end of the note. Can you help me or not? I had no time for his ego trip over a moved-on neighbor. I can help, but I can't stop for long, so it'll have to be quick. I've walked these halls delivering to the post for 40 years. I've seen it all, everything Prue's mentioned and more. What do you need to know? Ian was nothing like what I expected. The note made him feel like he was going to be a kindly old granddad type of figure, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Postman Ian spoke with a thick city accent and wore a heavy gold chain around his tattooed neck. He had dyed his graying hair boot polished black. His demeanor was thankfully non-threatening, but extraordinarily cocky. He was the sort of man I imagined in a betting shop, rubbing his grubby hands on notes as he bragged over a win. He didn't ask as he lit a cigarette in my living room. I didn't question it. We would usually smoke outside, but I wasn't going to argue over technicalities. I grabbed a bowl for the ash and lit one too. Let's start with the things in the lift. My boyfriend is missing, and he took the lift at 3:15 over 24 hours ago. We hadn't gotten this note yet, and I haven't heard from him since. I need to get him back. I barked at him, as if the louder I spoke, the more I could influence his answer. But nothing prepared me for what he said. Oi. His skin turned pale and his harsh-looking face became more sympathetic as he explained. He's dead, love. Forget about him now. Only one person has ever come back from the lift at that time of night, and it was Prue herself. After witnessing it, those creatures ripping their victim apart, poor Prue was traumatized. Your boy is gone. Let go and follow the rules. He was blunt, but I could tell he felt sorry for me. Holy shit. What do you mean he's dead? What was ripping their victim apart? Whoa, what? What does it all mean? Oh, heck no. I can't. There must be something I can do, I pleaded. There are things I've heard to bring back those who are lost, but I've never seen a solid proof they work. It would be irresponsible of me to tell you to do something that might get you killed too. It's nice here. Honest. Just get over him and live the status quo. Sorry if I sound harsh. I don't mean to, but you seem like a decent young lady, and I don't want to see you go too soon. Probably smack heads? I can't. I asked about what Mrs. Hemmings had seen in the lift, and they were sure it happened to all who entered it. I refused to believe that Jamie was dead. There had to be something I could do, and if I knew what I was dealing with, I could be better prepared. It was awful what happened. I wasn't there, but this is what I was told. Aisu! Retro! Welcome in! I hope you're doing well. I know it has been such a long time. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. Little Lila was such a cute kid. She used to open the door and give me a tip when I delivered the post. She was Prue's granddaughter. Lila was her son's little girl. And that night, she was staying over for the first time. Prue finally felt confident that she should protect Lila from all the strange things that happen here. No, you're absolutely fine. It's so good to see you. I do be pausing here and there anyways because we need to reserve time to react to what the flip is just happening. So you're good, don't worry. She was wrong. Little Lila had a problem with sleepwalking, and she took a trip into the hallway at 1:30 in the morning. Prue took a little long to notice. The sound she had heard was the front door, and by the time she reached the lift, she saw the creatures dragging Lila's limbs away from her body. She tried to fight him, even killed one, but she couldn't save the little girl. The flip, dude. Oh my god. No way. I wish there were visuals to some of these things in stories, because I'm like, creatures? Good luck on the Pokecatcher, you guys. I was hysterical imagining Jamie's fate. What are the creatures? Have you actually seen them? I asked. No one knows what they are, love. There's something to do with the building and all its quirks. No one's ever seen them elsewhere. We don't know where they came from, just that they're there. I've seen them a few times over the years, usually when new neighbors have left biscuits down for their cats and dogs or haven't disposed of food waste properly. They're curious little creatures. Mostly harmless out of the hours Prue warned you about, but if they're fed, they can become quite vicious looking for more food. What? That's why you have to bin all your scraps, or hide them, or pack them, or whatever. Just don't leave them out and don't use the lift at those times, and you're safe from the creatures. They're a little smaller than humans, but they're a similar shape. They come with grotesque rodent-like features, and are far larger than any rodent could be. Oh, Papost! Thank you for the follow, welcome in. They have 2 sharp rows of teeth per jaw and are consistently hungry. And when they eat, they crunch down in a violent and disgusting way, dripping spittle everywhere. Prue said she could hear her granddaughter's bones shatter in those jaws. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. He went pale at the thought of that, but continued. When they first arrived in the building, there were hundreds. It caused pandemonium among the residents. We lost the residents of more than 30 of the individual homes. But the residents fought back and managed to kill all but the strongest minority of them. Ay. Ugh! The creatures left over were incredibly dangerous and seemingly impossible to eradicate, so the residents struck a deal. A deal that would be that they will be left unharmed and allowed to live in the building in return for the residents' safety at all times. But if anyone wanders into the lift between 1:11 and 3:30 a.m., they are fair game. This time frame is the period of the creatures at the— What? This time frame is the period the creatures are at their most frenzied, and restricting them to the lift was safer for all parties. God help anyone who encounters them during those hours. They've been here ever since, claimed lots of unsuspecting people avoiding the stairs, but nothing like when they first arrived. A few got put down for not holding up their end of the bargain, but we haven't had an incident outside the lift in years. Count yourself lucky you missed the crisis. Everything here is pretty peaceful right now. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. I really have to go. I'm late for my round. He scrawled his phone number on a bit of paper and handed it to me. Emergencies only. I don't like to be bothered. You can't go. The note said you would help me. And I will, he snapped back. When there's something I can help with. I can't resurrect your boyfriend and I don't like to be late delivering the post. I'll see you soon, love. I was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I couldn't believe he was leaving me after the information overload and the small ray of hope he had lit inside me and then squashed. I'll call the police, I shouted, desperate to feel as if I was solving this somehow. You can try if you want, Ian sighed, as he opened the door to leave. It just aggravates the creatures, and it isn't gonna bring your boy back. Mr. Prentice hates it when police come to you. If you want to get any sleep the next week, then I'd avoid it. Wait a week, report him missing, and learn to adapt to life here, love, or you'll be dead in days. And with that, he shut the door behind him. I opened it again. I had so much more to ask, but he was gone. No sign of him anywhere in the corridor. Maybe it was me losing my mind? I might be imagining all these things, but no matter how much I build it, the note was still there, and Jamie still wasn't. Georgia arrived not long after Ian had left. I, of course, asked if she had seen him in the corridor, to try and affirm to myself that he was real, but she hadn't. She looked at me worried, and held me as I sobbed and told her what the postman had said about Jamie and the creatures. I wasn't sure she believed me. Even as she read the note, she looked skeptical. If she was skeptical, I wouldn't have blamed her, but she had always been supportive. She sat with me for hours while I just sobbed, heartbroken. Have a good shower, Noble. Don't slip and fall. Don't slip and fall. I know, Deco, I know. Gosh, this story. I was so conflicted as to what to do. It felt insane that I hadn't contacted anybody, but this note had turned out to be accurate so far, and if the postman was to be trusted, then I should wait. Georgia had been my best friend for many years. She stuck up for me when I was too scared to do it for myself, and had always been the brave one out of the two of us. I felt safe around her. So after many hours of crying and despairing at the way my life had changed in a matter of days, I finally decided to take a nap. It was early evening, and Georgia was watching some TV. Just there for me if I needed her. You think Draco's gonna want to move in there? I don't think so. I don't think so. Dude, if this were the thing, I would I would pack up and go somewhere else. If you slip and fall, you're gonna blame me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Be safe. You got this. This story is a lot. Despite the deprivation, I struggled to fall asleep. I tried to imagine Jamie's arms around me, but it became a more painful reminder that they will probably never will be again. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of staring at the damp patch on the ceiling, I drifted off. You'd rather live in a box on the street than there? That's fair. That's fair. About 3 hours ago, I woke up staring at the goddamn damp patch on the ceiling and could hear chatting in the living room. I jumped out of bed and walked towards it. Georgia was on the sofa with a middle-aged looking woman, both nursing a cup of tea in the matching mugs that Jamie had got me as a move-in present. My blood boiled, but it wasn't their fault. I cleared my throat to get their attention. Oh, Katie! This is Natalia. She lives upstairs. We got to chatting, so I made her a cup of tea. I hope you don't mind. I looked at the dark-haired woman on the sofa drinking tea from my cup and nodded. Georgia was a sociable idiot with no understanding of when to not be herself. Whoa. I wasn't going to lament her. Lament! For her right now. It was her coping. Have you ever had a dream place to live, or are you vibing where you are? I don't really have like a design that I've ever like wanted, but my only thing is I would like to have a bedroom and like an office room. Like that's all I could ask for. That'd be really great. But yeah, I'm like, I don't think I've ever had like a dream home, if you will. Decorating, on the other hand, I would go all out in. Yeah. Have you ever? Malin! Hi, Malin. Hold on, I need to like stop this real quick. I'm gonna close this because for some reason, Mullen, I don't know what you did, but you are restricted. And I don't know what's going on. Let me looky. I think this should work. Give me 1 second. This happened with Amber too, where I think it was in Siren's chat where they got seen as like a bot or something. Huh. It's not really showing you. Wait, do I go? Can you see Mullen's messages? No one likes you? No, we love you. I promise you. But Twitch is weird in that way where... Stop restricting. There you go. You should be good now. You should be good now. We see you, we see you. Yeah, that's so weird. Like, it happens. I don't know why, like, unless you got, like, jokingly banned in, like, Ronin or Siren's chat? I don't know. You're free! You are! Congrats on your huge subathon, by the way. Can we get a shout out for Mullen, please? If you guys don't know Mullen and you would love to have a burst of color in your life by watching his streams, please go watch him. He is so chaotic in the most best way ever. And he recently had a really big spooky subathon for the month of October. And he went to like so many heights, dude. Like he did so much this subathon. Did you shave your head? I remember I was there for your waxing strips and like I was screaming at my screen because I was like, you need to rub them together and warm them up. It's not gonna work if you don't warm the wax up. You don't have hair? You still have hair. Which one is it? But yeah, hi Malin. We're just reading some Reddit stories right now. Scary Reddit stories. Oh, you cut it with scissors, right? Because the wax didn't work. Oh, you cut your hair with scissors. You didn't do like the razor and got it all off. It's a buzz cut. It'll grow back. You got this. Tickles. Middle of the question. Oh. It got answered. It got answered. Yeah, no, it's gonna grow back. It's okay. Alternatively, if you want to, you can, you know, you can try some little wigs. Like the one you wore for your Ada cosplay. You're no longer emo! Darn! I'm kidding. Oh my god, I'm like burping uncontrollably because I'm like constantly sipping water in between these stories. Ugh. Buzzcut can be nice. No, yeah, like I bet, like Mullen. I'm gonna look right now. I'm kidding, because it would show you. Wait, that's true. You can like bleach it and then you can do like fun patterns. I know. Wait, aren't you gonna have Mochi visit you too? You can have her like paint the hair dye on. That would be really cute. No. I can't. It makes your head. Oh, does it? Dude, I'm so sorry. Hi, Wolf. Welcome in, welcome in. Now we got 2 bald people in chat? That's crazy. Who's the second one? You want to go blonde? Oh my god. I know you just dyed your hair blonde, right? For your green and your purple recently, but I'm like, if you can give it like your hair a little bit of a rest, your poor scalp a rest, it'd be really cool. I know like there's a streamer I know and she did like buzz her hair off because she wanted to, like it was like a goal for her in life to just like shave her head once, but also like for like I think scalp care as well. She had like scalp psoriasis, I think, but when her scalp was getting better, she did bleach her hair, and then her friend dyed like flowers with hair dye on her not her scalp, her hair that was bleached, and it looked really cool in the end. A leopard. I'm bold. Well, I would like to think I'm the opposite of bold. You're gonna go proper bold to the skin for charity for your tournament? Oh, wait, really? What tournament? Wait, that's so exciting. You let me know when it is, and I will go to support it when it happens. I'll be there. DBD? Wait, I think you did mention it one time, but I don't remember when it was starting. Yeah, you let me know. I will try to be there, because I know we have like completely opposite time zones, but I will try. But yeah, we're currently watching. We're currently reading a spooky Reddit story about a survival guide that a previous tenant at this place had created for whoever was gonna live here next. And this couple moved into this flat, and the boyfriend disappeared because he used the elevator lift at a time that in one of the rules said that you're not supposed to use the elevator. It was like 3 a.m. the middle of it. And so he disappeared, and he's been missing for like over 24 hours. And now there's a random lady in the house because the best friend of this girl invited her in for tea. Yeah, Jonesy J is here. Charity will be for people without limbs that game. Can't remember the exact name. It's okay. I think I'll be able to see it when you finally announce it again, right? That's so exciting. I'm so happy for you. Wait, you let me know when it's going to be. Okay, let's continue, shall we? Wait, I just saw the next words. Okay. Preface, what was the rule, right? If there were gonna be tenants from like what, 62 to like 75 or something like that, don't invite them into your house because they were all in like a floor where they all died by like a fire that happened. So you shouldn't invite them in, right? A tramp stamp! Oh my god, I love how Draco got super excited. You need to get a tattoo now. I remember that. That's so cool. A tramp stamp, or you could do like a womb tattoo. I know those are really popular too. What's up? What did I do? What did I do? Wait. Oh, the womb tattoo? What's wrong with the womb tattoo? Wait, oh, that is true. Dwayko is an artist. I will show you art that they made real quick. Hold on. Imagine me with a fucking womb tattoo. I think you'd rock it, dude. I think you would really, you would pull it off. You do like the belly smacks too. Dwayko's really good at drawing. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Image. I don't think I have one on file for me anyway. But follow Dwayko on Twitter and you can see some of the artworks that they've made. Some sort of claim over here. Pause. Pause. Yay! He sent me the picture of the potatoes. Awesome, awesome. Looks like you can start cooking something. Huh? Huh? Oh gosh. But yeah, her friend was like, "Oh, Katie, this is Natalia. She lives upstairs." We got to chatting, so I made her a cup of tea. I hope you don't mind. I looked at the dark-haired woman on the sofa, drinking tea from my cup, and nodded. Georgia was a sociable idiot with no understanding of when to be herself, when not to be herself. I wasn't going to lament her for it right now. It was her coping. Of course. Hi, Natalia. What flat do you live in? I tried my best to be polite. I would have to discuss not bringing people into my home mid-tragedy with Georgia after she had left, but until then, I would be neighborly. Flat 71. So nice to meet you. You have a lovely home, Natalia responded. Her lips curled at the corners into a smile that wasn't replicated in her eyes for the rest of her facial expression. She looked at me smugly, with full knowledge that I was aware of the implications of what she had just said. The rules. The flat number. Every now and again, someone will knock at your door, claiming to live in one of these flats, and ask to borrow some sugar. They will seem entirely average, but you must shut and lock the door immediately. I installed 2 extra security bolts to avoid these fuckers. I don't like to swear at my age, but they really are fuckers. I'm cute too! What the flip? What the? What the? Not my melons, bro! Do I need to put something to cover them? Wait, I think... Do I have an image for these? Please hold, please hold. This would be so fucking hilarious. Hold on. Hold on. Item settings. Oh, I need to add it to the thing first, right? Okay. I can't hide the jiggle. I can! I can! You watch me. Okay. Oh, I don't remember where this is from, but I'll use it. Where's copy? Copy. And then I go to... here. And then I go to... Steam Library. Steam Apps. Coming. And we get VTube Studio. And we go to Data. And then we go to Streaming Assets. We go to Items. Paste. I don't think anyone's ready for this. What is it called? Okay. I can't. What the hell? Does it not exist? Did I not put it? What the flip? Da, da, da. Oh shit. Dang it. Where is it? It's not working. I know I'm looking for like a thingy, but then I also found something that I had. So I wanted to put it, but it's not showing up. Hold on. Dun dun dun. Okay. Oh. I found it. Okay, let's get to reading the stories. Okay, okay. Oh, I'm gonna start crying. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. I don't know who it is. I just found it in my screenshots. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's Ren Zoto. I'm like, oh my god, I'm crying. Ugh. I didn't have a censor bar ready, okay? I had to look for the first screenshot that I could. Okay, I'm gonna continue reading the story. Prue's warning echoed in my mind and I couldn't take my eyes off Natalia. Something was really off about her. I was like, Quentin. Oh heck no! I looked at Georgia, sat on the sofa next to her and noticed her sweating. Anyone in the UK knows it's been a hot few days, but this was beyond just the ambient temperature. Her entire body was dripping. Suddenly, she began to pant. Natalia's eyes were locked to mine just like the window cleaners had been. Nothing happened before with the cleaner. Except this time, the rule had been broken. She was already in the flat. Yeah, thought you coming in with your titties, bro. Oh god. Georgia started to scream as her skin blistered and charred. Her hair fell from her scalp as the skin flaked and melted away from every inch of her. She was being burned alive without a flame in sight. She scratched frantically at her own melting face, digging into the exposed raw flesh. The sound a person makes when they burn alive is like no other. That will never leave me. Or I have to put some titties on the screen. You took them away. Hey, you said they were distracting, okay? Hi, Sleep. Welcome. What did you miss? We have some very fun chatters googling my melons, so I had to cover them while I read the story. You needed too late didn't read. I mean, too lazy didn't read. So basically, we got to the part where Georgia had invited somebody into the house, and she ended up being somebody from flat 71, which is one of the flats on a floor that doesn't exist anymore. So a rule was broken, and we're currently just reading about that. You feel like this is more distracting? A little bit, huh? I just thought it would be funny for like a few minutes. You also just be like this. I'm so sorry. But yeah, Marlin's here. The model is insane. You love it. Thank you. Yeah, this is I know I'm usually pink, but this is my nightmare model. So she deals with all the nightmares. She fights them, all the demons. She fights my sleep paralysis demons. I screamed and screamed, but no one came to my door. I tried to grab my phone to call Postman Ian, but the wooden surface I had set it down on burned my fingers to the touch and forced me to recoil. She was gonna set the whole flat alight. Oh! Also, probably that was why that whole floor like caught on flames and killed everybody, because a weird creature being like Natalia probably caused these people to burn. That's crazy. What the? Dad joke. Did you hear about the cheese who saved the world? It was legendary. I can't. A cheese joke is so perfect. Oh my gosh. My actions needed to be quicker than a phone call. I grabbed a hold of the large knife I had set down on the side earlier when weaponizing. The handle blistered my fingers instantly, but I didn't care. I needed to get her out and help Georgia if I could. I ran towards the dark-haired lady, sweat dripping from my brow the closer I got, and plunged the knife into Natalia's throat. She gripped it and fell to the floor. What the flip? Welcome back from the ads, you guys. Welcome back, welcome back. She didn't bleed like a normal human. Her insides were black. She was still moving, and I figured it probably wouldn't be long before she stood right back up and tried again, so I dragged her into the hallway ready to bolt the door. As we reached the entrance of the corridor, one of the cats was waiting, hissing at her semi-conscious body. I caught her eyes fixate on it as I dumped her on the floor. I grabbed the cat, pulled him inside, wincing as its skin caused more burns up my lower arms, shut the door, and watched through the peephole. She got up and held her hand to the wound, cauterizing it and walking off towards the lift, as if she hadn't been injured at all. What the? Yeah, the best friend burned. Like, Natalia caused her, like, the friend Georgia to, like, start burning and blistering, and it was setting everything around her on fire. So, OP had to basically, you know, defend herself and, like, stab Natalia, and then dragged her out of the house. And we're about to see if anything like changes, and you know, if anything's still burning or if it died down the second that she left. But yeah, I dropped the cat by that point, but every bit of naked skin it had touched throbbed and burned for at least an hour. Georgia hadn't been lucky as Natalia with injury recovery. I anonymously called an ambulance for her. I couldn't believe it, but she was still breathing. So she's still alive. She's still alive. What is happening? She was badly burned and her life wouldn't be the same again, but she was alive. And for that I was grateful. This is crazy. It sounds awful, but I left her at the park across the road from the building, with no phone or ID. She's my best friend and I want to be there, but if I own up to involvement in injuries that bad, they'll suspect me, and I lose the already slim chance that Jamie might be savable. It didn't mean that I don't care about Georgia, but she's alive. I won't believe Jamie isn't until I see it. So I'm alone again, in the flat, conflicted about what to do. I want to leave, so badly, but this was mine and Jamie's first home together. If he's alive and I can save him, then I want to be here for him to come back to. And if he's dead and the postman is right, then I don't know if I can leave this memory behind. There's only one person I think could help me right now, so tonight I'm going to do some research, hunt down an address, and tomorrow morning I'm going to visit Prudence Hemmings. Yo! Jay once banned someone by accident. Not this. Well, I guess OP's not inviting anyone at their place anytime soon. Yeah, definitely. Especially after that. That's crazy. But it's so crazy, like, what kind of, like, apartment place is this to have, like, weird creatures that, like, rip limbs apart and kill people at a certain hour in the elevator? And there's freaking, ghost beings pretending that they're from specific flats that have burned down and cause other people to burn and stuff like that. And now we have cats where you, like, hairless cats where you pick them up, you'll start burning your skin too. Like, what is this? Do I go and give her the 3 streams a week? I'm so sorry. And, oh! You know, I retract that, sorry. I'm not sorry anymore. Suddenly, I'm not sorry for not streaming. Okay, so I think what happened after that? Previous tenant, I think. Yeah, this is a new one. Wow. Okay, why? Why? Why are we bonking again? Okay. Ooh, so this is part 3. Part 3 of this entire story. It's freaking wild. So she's finally gonna meet the previous tenant, is what we're seeing. This is crazy. Okay. I didn't get that much sleep last night either. The lack of sleep is making me wonder whether all these things happening are in my mind or not. But I'm reminded every time I see that damn note that it's all real. I spent hours last night searching for anything that I could about Prudence Hemmings. If she had lived in a big creepy mansion, I imagine she would have been easy to find. But us folk who live in tower blocks aren't so well documented. No one cares about our lives, no matter how extraordinary. I found an article about missing person Lila Hemmings. It suggested that she went missing under the care of her grandmother while playing in the park opposite the flats early in the morning. Interviews with her parents stated that they had both disowned Prudence. Oh. Send lag. Oh no. Oh no. Despite the many years that has passed since Lila's death/disappearance, her parents appeared to have remained unforgiving of Prue. There was no mention of her on either of their social media accounts, and she appeared to have no involvement with the children they had acquired since. Searches for the Hemmings family in the local area were equally dead ends. I looked link after link, desperate to find something, but they all started to blur into one, until I finally saw something. Now why? Searches for the Hemmings family in the local area were equally dead ends. Okay, an obituary for Bernard Bernie Hemmings, who had fallen from the tower block in unexplained circumstances after being diagnosed with dementia months before his death. I was surprised it hadn't made bigger news. It had only been a year. There were no details of where to find them, but his wife Prudence and her sister Bridget were listed as contacts to find out details of the funeral. Excuse me. It's scary what you can do with the internet these days, but just with those phone numbers I was able to put them into a reverse directory and find an address for Bridget and Tony Bishop, the sister and brother-in-law that Prudence was supposedly living with. About 4 AM I managed to get some sleep. Not much though. I was back up and wide awake around 7 AM, planning my route, and working out my day. I saw a post on social media from one of her relatives that Georgia was identified and is stable. This loosened the knot in my stomach that had been present since I found the note somewhat. At 8:50, I opened the door to my flat hoping to see Postman Ian. 4 minutes passed, and instead of the postman, an elderly gentleman made his way down the corridor. He had a walking stick and kind eyes. In his free arm, he carried a small plastic bag containing newspaper and milk. He smiled and said, "Good morning," as he passed. I smiled back. He reminded me of my granddad. I imagined him pulling cola cubes from his pocket for his grandkids and shushing them while their parents weren't looking. A little further down the corridor, the old man stopped and turned. He looked me dead in the eyes with a sympathetic expression and spoke. "No post on Sunday, if that's what you're waiting for," he smiled knowingly, and turned to unlock a front door that, until shut, I couldn't see the number of. When I saw the door close, the number 48 boldly displayed above the peephole, I understood what Prudence had meant. Mr. Prentice did seem to be a lovely chap. That's the flat too that had noises coming out of it, right? I don't think we've experienced, we haven't seen OP experience it. She hasn't mentioned anything. I sat back in my flat and sighed, staring at the various tabs open on my laptop. At about 9:15, the knocking on the balcony door started. The window cleaner was back. Oh gosh. Oh, I didn't feel half as terrified as I did the first time. If anything, I was just angry. It took every ounce of restraint I had in my tired body not to engage with him. If only to tell him to fuck off. His genuine seeming request just irritated me. After about 20 minutes of being watched, the knocking started to give me a headache, so I grabbed a bag and left the flat. I decided there was no time like the present. If I was going to turn up on the bishop's doorstep looking for his sister because of the freaky flat she left behind, then I had to get it over with. If the address was old or the bishops weren't the people I was looking for, then I was going to look stupid whatever time of day I went. Hi, Siren! Oh no! You slept in! Oh, good morning! Did you sleep okay though? We're just getting through this last part of this story, and it's freaking crazy, Siren. It's a lot of like unexplainable like creatures and like beings, and just like it's like half paranormal and half just like supernatural. Like there are creatures where you can't use the lift between like 1:11 in the morning and 3:33 a.m. because you'll die. Like there will be things like grabbing you and like ripping your limbs apart and killing you that way. There are hairless cats that like to roam around the apartment building, and if you pick it up it burns you. There will be people knocking on your door claiming that they're from like specific flat numbers, like from 62 to like 75, where they're not actually like, don't answer to them because they're like not actual people. They look normal, but actually like that whole entire floor of flats like burned down like years ago. Like it's crazy. There's a lot of things. Thank you for giving her a shout out. Thank you. Thanks, Princess. But yeah, we're currently just now looking for the previous tenant that had left this note for us that was basically a survivor guide with like rules and stuff on how to like live here in this flat that she moved into. Like her and her boyfriend moved into this flat, but he died because he was going to work. He had like a 4 a.m. shift at his job, and he had to like, he used the lift at like 3 a.m. and that's like one of the times that you're not supposed to. But this was him leaving before they got the note, so like they didn't know yet, but like after the fact, like he was just missing from then on. So she's looking for the previous tenant to get some answers, and that's where we're at right now. They'll throw you a housewarming party without consent. Literally. And I couldn't take the window cleaner's eyes anymore. There was something about them. They really do make you want to open that door. I looked at the lift as I entered the communal hallway and decided today I would take the stairs. 23% Munster cheese? That cheese I still need to try. I couldn't stand to be in a small box that my partner probably died very painfully in. My heart dropped into my stomach just at the sight of it. The stairs were as grotty as the lift. We'd taken them multiple times on move-in day, but I hadn't really taken it the same way I could now. I thought about the rules and all the strange things that happened in this building. I looked at the badly painted numbers on the walls as I reached each landing. Nothing in this building is simple. I looked at the numbers. 7, 6, 5, 5, 4, 3, 4, 2, G. Maybe it was the sleep deprivation, but my legs were in agreement with my mind that I had definitely just descended more than 6 flights of stairs. They glitched. I looked at the dusty and poorly lit stairwell from the bottom. It seemed dark despite the sun pouring in from the glass panel in the main building doors. The note never mentioned glitchy stairs. Maybe I was really losing my mind. As I turned to exit the building, a woman walked in. She was in her late 30s to early 40s and had 2 small children in tow, 1 boy and 1 girl. I guessed that they were twins. They were both incredibly blonde, with deep brown puppy dog looking eyes, and couldn't have been any older than 6 or 7. They were as close to identical as it gets in twins of different genders. Not a fan of kids, but they were super cute. The lady had a short bob haircut that got longer in the— oh, she had the Karen cut. Oh man, the bob. It was uniform and dyed a perfectly even auburn color. I knew it was dyed because her roots were blonde like her kids. She looked as tired as I felt, but she pulled herself together when she saw me, running fingers through a part of her hair that she must have missed, however early she left in the morning. What? Hi, are you here visiting? Who opened with? Trying to make... Who opened who? Trying to make small talk. No, I just moved into flat 42 on the 7th floor. I was just leaving actually. Whereabouts are you? I was desperate to go. I had feared myself up to see Prue, but I didn't want to be rude. Everybody calling you Bob.
Thank you so much! Best of
friend! Joy, thank you for gifting Siren a sub. Siren, enjoy your channel goodies. Thank you for supporting the channel. Oh shit! It's Terry! What the flip? I've been up for only 5 minutes. Yes! Yes! There's a Floette. I don't know what that is, but I kind of want to catch it. Plus, it's an event Pokemon. Yo. It's always nice too when I do these, like, just chatting.
Thank you so much! Best of friend!
Hello? Jay? Thank you for the 10 gifted. What? Dude! That's so sweet of you. Thank you. How do you have a ghost shaking ass? What the Thank you so much. What the heck? I don't know what to say. What if I just start sobbing right here? That's really so nice of you. If anyone is here in chat that got gifted a sub by Jay, please make sure you thank him. Please and thank you. Just never change is all I ask. I don't like, lucky for you, I don't like change. I don't like change, I like routine. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, can we get some WJs in chat, please? Oh my gosh. This is gonna be cray cray. Oh. Can we get some spinnies in chat? Oh my god. Okay, so we're meeting Terry right now. So yeah. I'm flat 26. My name is Terry. This is Eddie and Ellie. She gestured to the two small children hiding shyly behind her skirt. Welcome to the block. If you ever need anything, please feel free to give me a shout. My name is Katie, but people call me Kat too. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I will. Hey, is there something wrong with the stairs? I stopped myself before going into detail. Nothing wrong, they just skip sometimes, he answered, shrugging. Shrugging? I'm gonna put some too! We spin together, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, I love these just chatting what? Just chatting streams, not screens. Who am I? Because if I'm able to like just keep OBS open and read chat that way, then I can use my phone for VTuber tracking. So it's really nice when I get to do this because you guys can see more of my expression. Sometimes I'm like Oh gosh. Well, I'd love to stop and chat, but I actually really need to get going. It was nice to meet you, Terry. I tried to work out what was wrong with the children as I stepped forward to walk away, still baffled by the stares. By the way, we have a residence committee. You should come to one of our meetings. They're every Tuesday in alternating flats. Oh. This Tuesday is at Molly Jefferson's place in flat 31. Come along. We'd love to have you. Terry suggested, waving me off. I walked out the doors after my encounter with Terry feeling sick. Every minute in this place made the note more real. Every word jumped off the page and into my life. Made it more likely that Jamie is really gone. I rode the bus from a stop not far from the flats. It felt like it took an eternity to reach the little suburban area I was looking for. A 5-minute walk away from the bus stop I got off at, and I was staring at a quaint little bungalow belonging to Bridget and Tony Bishop. I knocked on the door. The lady who opened it was unsteady on her feet. She was probably in her 70s, with wispy white hair neatly scraped back into a bun. 2 strands left hanging that just softened her wrinkled face. Wait! It's like Vivid. Except I got 2 buns. She wore a dusty rose-colored dress that hung just below her knees and smelled of stale cigarette smoke. "Can I help you?" she asked bluntly. "My name is Kat. I'm looking for Prudence Hemmings," I answered, stuttering slightly. Her eyes widened slightly. "Why?" she asked, bizarrely. "Is she here? It's private." The lady ushered me into the house and sat me down on a sofa. Within minutes, there was a cup of tea in front of me. She didn't say anything to me for a while. We just looked at each other. Then she finally broke the silence. "Wait, I just... What's in it? Oh! Wait! This is so perfect right now, actually! It's a shy ghost! Thank you, Jay! Dude, it's actually so cute! I've never seen this emote in my life. What the flip? Oh! Wait, I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to pin that. Actually, I'll pin this one. Yes! Perfect! This is the one Dave kept telling me that I need to get. He said it is you, it's true! What the flip? It's so cute! Imagine new model revamp idea. Your siren tail is wispy like a ghost trail. Like it's a siren tail that like morphs into like a ghostly what do you call the ends of the tails? I can't English right now. I can't. Oh. I literally thought about just becoming a paranormal VTuber, like a ghost. I would love to see it. Like you have like, can you imagine like for Suika, you have your like human siren and then you have your siren and then what if you have a ghost siren? Isn't that so cool? I think that would be such a wonderful idea for you, especially when you do like if you ever do more of your like storytelling streams and stuff like that, like when you told that story about your old house. You'll get to work. Write that down, write that down. But yeah, I'm like, that's so nice. I think, yeah, that would be like actually like so perfect for you. You guys know what that means. You guys know. If you aren't already, this is a time for you to start following Siren Insight and donate to her so she can get this project going. Yeah! But honestly, please support my sister, my big sister. I love her to bits. If you like my streams, you'll love her streams. Please go check her out if you haven't already. More subs for the ladies, yeah, more! More! Oh my god. Whoa, jaw mouth. Oh, look what Dueko's offering. They're like, I'll even try to do a design mock-up if you want. If you guys don't know, Dueko did my the art for my design, my current one with the pink and the rainbows and the skirt and the the you know the clouds and the cardigans. And I would like to like vouch and say they did a pretty damn fantastic job. So if you ever want that, and they're offering finger taps. Finger taps. Yeah, Dicko's an artist. You know what? I keep pausing and going on these tangents, but I will definitely hold on. Let me just show you something that they've drawn, okay? I gotta do this. Image. Let's see. Browse. Downloads. Let me actually see if I can find the thingy that Duigo had made for me. Is it this one? I feel like this one's really old though. This might be wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. That was my very first idea though, if you guys were ever curious about like what I wanted for like a model concept. Like we basically, if you know, we basically kept a lot of things but just changed up like the colors and the outfit pieces basically. Yeah, this one's so old, I know. I'm trying to look for the one that you got me. Not got me, but you made me. But I'm like, did I not say? I'm pretty sure I saved it. What the flip? Did I not? It's like bothering me. Hold on. But yeah, this one is really cute too. This isn't it. That was like your first time attempting a VTuber model style? Yeah. I know it ain't the stallion. You know it's your girl. Oh. Well, I have a silly one that I can show. This one is really cute. Where is it? Dun, 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 dun. You also had a really thorough Google Doc, so that helped. No, yeah, because I always saw, like when I was first trying to become a VTuber, I definitely saw a lot of posts where a lot of artists were saying that clients would like look for something but like won't like specify, so that when by the time they get like to like sketching process and like showing them like updates and stuff, like the clients aren't like fully liking it, but it's also like it's because you're not giving the artist enough to work with, you know? So I like to be as thorough as possible, and I'm like, you know, even if the Google Doc is like a little bit long, at least you know all the details that I would like, right? And then I was told by a lot of people that they actually appreciated me doing that, because I'm like, yeah, I want. Oh wait, shit, this is huge. But this is the yippee emote. Dicko's the one that drew that for me. This little dude. Dicko laughed at your art. What the? I'm sure they wouldn't do that. But yeah, they do little doodles, but they also do like full body artworks as well. I think if you want to, you can look on their Twitter, because they do tend to post a lot of stuff that they've done. But yeah, I wish I could find that the photo that I was actually looking for, because it wasn't my literal first ever reference photo. Hi Daijin! Welcome in, welcome in. Long time no see. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, Dwiko's really good at art. Like they're super humble about how good they are, but honestly, if you go check their stuff out, it's so like they always make me want to like draw, and I'm like, oh, I forgot I'm still okay. Let me explain. My drawing, I still draw suns in the corner of paper. Like I just do that swoop, you know, and then I color it yellow and I call it a day. And then I draw like my tree stumps, and then the leaves look like a cotton ball. That's my drawing. You should. You don't have to be good. Just have whimsy and creativity. I guess, but I'm like, low-key, I'm like, should I invest on like a little like drawing pad or something so I can like electronically show you guys and we can just doodle like random shit. Oh my gosh, I can't even do stick figures. You got me beat. Oh, I love. It's so funny the way yeah, I draw stick figures, but the way that I do it is I will like be try hard and make like anime like pointy chin for the face, but then the body is just a stick figure. That's me. I have an old one I can give you, but I don't want to just like take it's yours. I want a little doodle pad so bad. I stink at art, but I used to practice a lot. I've never practiced because I just felt like it just wasn't. At that point I was just like, it's not in my blood to draw, because like in my family we have like weirdly like consistent like specific skills that we have for like hobbies. Like my dad is really good at drawing. Like he wanted to do like interior design growing up, and like he would like help me with all my like elementary school like art projects, like making the what do you call them, like the churches, like you know how you have to make like I had to do like a shield that represents my like family name or something like that, and then we had to do like church buildings, like we had to pick a certain church to recreate. He one time on a whim drew a horse for me on this paper, and I remember it being so like realism and so cool. Yeah, the crest, yeah. Yeah. And it had to be like like we had to like find the meaning of our like last names and stuff, right? Like our family name, and then we had to like create the crest based on that. You know, you shaking the ghost booty again. And my mom, she's a like she loves singing, like she's a singer, like she's like the singer that you can like, she can belt. Like I'm really jealous. And because she was also in a band growing up, like she was the front woman of her band with her friends when she was in like high school. And then I was born. I cannot draw. I can dance a little bit, but I can also sing a little bit if I practice. It's so fancy. But yeah, I think I got my musical genes a lot more than my creative genes, which is why I don't mind relying on other people for art ideas, because I can like write things down, right? I can write my ideas down and like show visuals and stuff, but I myself cannot like create it, I guess. I can't do it. You're jelly of the musical genes. I wish I could do it better, but I don't know. I don't really like practice it. I just kind of, it's like, you know how breathing's a thing? Like if I'm playing music, singing is just a natural thing that happens too, and that's just like that's just because I did grow up with a lot of music and my mom does sing. I was just around a lot of people that loved music, whether it be like listening to it, playing it. I did learn how to play guitar in high school because the guitarist of my mom's band when she was younger taught me. When I got gifted an acoustic guitar for a Christmas one time. That was like 2015. I played for a little bit, and then that's when I started practicing singing a lot more, and then I took a break, and then I started VTubing, and then I got back into singing again. You have a family crest? That's so cool. I don't think we have anything like cool like that, like heirlooms. At least not that I know of. But yeah, let's get to the story, shall we? Look at us going in tangents again. I'm sorry. We're trying to meet the old tenant of this house. We're trying. No, it's not your fault either. This happens to me all the time. I think it's my undiagnosed ADHD, but I get so distracted so easily. I could still yap. It's just it turns into a whole different thing. So I can write, Draco can draw, and Zen can sing. Like, what are we gonna do together? So maybe I learn, like, I dip a finger in trying to produce music. Siren can write the lyrics, and then we can find melody, and then I will sing it, and then Duiko can draw the pictures for the music video. Yeah, finger dipping because I wasn't trying to talk about toe dipping right now. I didn't want to do it. You're so down? Dude. Because I'm like, I've always wanted to like mess with like, not Audacity, what's the other one? FL Studio, but I'm like, you have to pay for FL Studio. But I do want to like, I do want to just fuck around with like that type of music stuff one day. One day, not today. I think I'd cry, honestly. Sorry if you hear a slight buzzing noise, I just turned the fan on. I just realized how warm it was getting. Now lock in, we're doing it right now. Oh! Okay. The lady ushered me into the house and sat me down on a sofa. Within minutes, there was a cup of tea in front of me. Didn't say anything to me for a while. We just looked at each other. Then she finally broke the silence. I wondered when you'd try and find me. It took me a long time to decide whether to leave that note or not, but I decided that you deserved a head start. That's more than I ever got. The woman was Prudence. She was nothing like I had imagined. She seemed tough and hardened and spoke it with a mostly blunt tone. She contributed before I could answer. Terry called me not long ago, told me that she had met the new tenant. She said you looked shaken up and said that my note may have not been enough. I did say I couldn't fit everything on there, and the stairs didn't seem too important. The committee wanted to organize a meeting with you on your moving in day, but I told them that that was intrusive. The whole committee thing always seemed a bit excessive to me anyway. She spoke flippantly, like it was nothing. It may have been intrusive, but we needed a warning. We spent a night in the place before I found your note. My boyfriend had already left for work at 3:15 and taken the lift. He didn't know. I broke as I told her what had happened. Her face dropped. And so did my hope for Jamie. I am so sorry. I really don't know what to say. I thought my note would reach you in time, she mumbled, her face to the floor, refusing to look at me as tears streamed down my face. He's gone, isn't he? I didn't want to accept it, but I spoke to the postman, and your face says all it needs to. The postman said there might be a way I can have him back. I bit at her, devastated and angry. He's gone. You can't have him back. What Ian is referring to isn't what you think. There's a way to get people back from the lift, but not as themselves. Trust me. I learned the hard way. Once they're back, you can't reverse it. I'm sorry about your man, but he's gone forever. Don't dig into the other way. To be gone forever is luckier than the alternative. She still wouldn't look up from the floor. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. I said in the note that there are things I'd rather not discuss, and I need you to respect that, or I won't be speaking to you at all. Now move on and ask what you need to ask. Prudence cut me off. I decided not to push the topic further and moved on to some other things I needed to know. What's the deal with Terry's kids? They seem sweet and normal. Those little demon creatures are anything but normal, she answered, wincing slightly at the thought of them. When she went into labor, Terry never made it to a hospital. They were the first children to ever be born inside the building, and with everything that goes on, it's like something's rubbed off on them. They're average children in the daytime, but they never sleep, ever. Poor Terry hasn't had a day's rest since they were born. They also really love to steal birds and rats. Birds and rats? They find cats playing with and torment them. Really annoys the cats. As she finished speaking, and a small hairless cat strutted out from behind an armchair across the room, meowing softly. It brushed its head up against Prue's exposed legs, leaving scorch marks where it touched. She didn't react. She reached down and stroked the top of his head, smiling as it purred. And those? I asked. I stuck to her now badly burned legs. She chuckled, pulled out a box and lit a cigarette, tapping the layer of ash into a small silver dish in front of her. She offered me one, and I took it gladly. They've always been my good friends. I couldn't leave the building without bringing a part of home with me. This little guy is Damon. He's seen some things, she gushed, not taking her eyes off the cat. But where did they come from? Why are they everywhere? I asked, watching in disbelief as her burns subsided. It seemed impossible. But I looked at my arms where I had picked up the cat the night before, and there was no evidence that it ever happened. They didn't even appear sunburnt. No one really knows. They started to appear after the fire, a few years after I'd moved in. It was rumored that they were the pets of the residents that burned, and that was why they had no fur. But I don't think that's true. I interrupted. I met one of those neighbors last night. She said her name was Natalia. She almost killed my best friend. You're crazy if you think your note was enough of a warning, I ranted emotionally. Look, girl, if I had made a song and dance about warning you, then you'd have thought me crazy and challenged the rules. You would have been dead already. Be grateful you got anything. I didn't. I had to work it all out. Your generation are so spoiled. She tutted in frustration at me. I was angry, but she was probably right. An elderly lady telling me rat-like creatures would kill my boyfriend in the lift would probably have got some laughs from me a few days ago. I stayed quiet and waited for her to calm down. After a while, she sighed and started again. I think the cats are the neighbors that burned. They've never meant any harm, and they'd hiss and run from the imposters that roamed the building. Besides, there's no way there were still that many cats living on one floor. The imposter people don't even match up with the residents that died in the fire. None of them look like or claim to have the same name as the dead. They just claim to live in their flats. I've met Natalia before. She left a bad scar on Bernie's leg from an incident we had. Nasty girl. Before the fire, there was CCTV, and there was a recording saved of 15 people marching into the flats and up to that floor about half an hour before the fire started. It was the only evidence found. CCTV wasn't great in the 80s, so they were never identified. And the flames melted the relevant cameras, so nothing ever came of it. What the? I think the people that entered that night are the ones that asked for sugar. I don't know any more than that, but if you avoid them like I said, you don't need to know more. They hate the cats. I hope your friend survives, but I've seen what those people can do, so maybe she was better off dead. Prue carried on stroking Damon. I watched the skin of her fingers melt and twist as I make contact with him. What happened to your husband? I asked the question so fast I didn't have time to consider that this was a topic she had explicitly said she didn't want to discuss in the note. But I had to know. She scowled at me. I said I don't want to talk about that, she hissed. I just lost the love of my life. I need some answers, I begged. What happened to Bernie won't help you. I know you'd think any deaths in that building would be down to the quirks, but this wasn't. For the most part, anyway. Don't forget that we had lived there for 35 years. Bernie knew the rules. We knew how to take care of ourselves and have a happy life there. It was our home. I don't doubt that, Mrs. Hemmings. I'm sorry, I interjected. Bernie had dementia. It started about 6 months before he died, and he deteriorated very rapidly. Towards the end, he started wandering. The doctor said it was common, but in our position it was incredibly dangerous. More times than I can count, I pulled him away from the lift just in time. Oh. Along with wandering, he was forgetting the rules. He let that smug, awful window cleaner in 3 times. Thank Lord for the big metal pipe I kept by the balcony door. Chased him out a treat. Not that anything stops him from coming back. I'm sure you've already acquainted. After all the dangerous situations Bernie was in, by the end he made the smallest and most fatal of errors. Oh shite. He left a bowl of food out for Damon at 10 a.m. I was out shopping with Terry and a few of the girls from the committee, and when I came back I found one of those awful creatures. Oh shit. Prudence started to cry. I put my hand on her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. After all, I truly knew how she felt. It was eating him. She sniffled and steadied herself to continue, moving my hand. I chased the creature away with the same metal pipe I had the window cleaner and pushed Bernie off the balcony. He was heavy, but I didn't want anyone to know what really killed him. Its teeth, she shivered. It made such an awful noise. It reminded me of Lila. I finished her sentence. I hadn't meant to. I was so invested in her story I couldn't help it. God, yikes. I gather you spoke with Ian then? She sounded resigned. She said, sounding resigned. I never meant to hurt that little girl. I loved her so much. Tears rolled down her wrinkled cheeks. Damon, who was now sat next to her on the sofa, shuffled closer as if to cuddle her. Haven't you ever been curious about getting her back? I asked. My mind turning back to the methods hinted by both Prue and the postman. I miss Jamie so much. I'd do anything to get him back. Her face filled with a look of horror and shame. Of course I have, she answered, which is exactly why I'm telling you not to. But I couldn't let it go. Surely anything must be better than gone forever, I pestered. I wish I hadn't. Prudence, frustrated, stood up and gestured me to follow. He led me outside to the back garden of the bungalow. At the back was a large shed, the kind that people used for a man cave or a summer house. It was pretty. The sun shone down on it, lighting up the few cobwebs in the corners and making them twinkle. Mrs. Hemmings was careful to look into both neighboring gardens to ensure there was no one around before she unlocked the door to the shed. We stepped inside, and the first thing to hit me was the smell. It was putrid, like rotting meat. I looked at the floor covered my nose with my hands. Staring back at me was a pool of blood. I followed the blood with my eyes as Prudence locked us in the shed. Then after I made it past the animal bones, I finally saw it. Just like Postman Ian had described. One of the creatures was watching me from a heavy-duty metal dog cage in the corner of the shed. It looked reinforced, but still the metal had chew marks. Their jaws had to be strong to cause that. That didn't surprise me looking at it. It's rodent like nose and beady. What? It's rodent-like nose and beady, yet somehow human-like eyes were nothing compared to the 2 very visible rows of jagged, sharp teeth that lined each gum. Yikes. Despite the small stature, it was terrifying. Prudence opened a drawer in a dusty cupboard across the room and pulled out a can of dog food. She poured the contents into the bowl and passed the bowl through the feeding hatch. The cage had a safety measure, meaning the animal couldn't access the food until the hatch was locked from the outside. I was grateful for this. Prue turned to me and spoke. She brushed one of the 2 strands of hair framing her face behind her ear. Gesturing to the hideous creature, she said, "Cat, I would like to introduce you to my granddaughter Lila." What? That's her granddaughter. Oh god. So that's what they mean when there's a way for you to bring them back, but it's just them as the creature. Oh gosh. What the? And it goes on. It goes on. What the flip? This is crazy. Oh my god, okay. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Last night, my survival was threatened. What the flip, dude? I thought it was just gonna be 3 parts. Oh! That's crazy. That's crazy. I was in complete shock looking at it. Oh, give me a second, guys.
Thank you so much, best friend!
What the flip? Jay, thank you so much for gifting Greyhound a sub. Thank you, thank you. Greyhounds, I hope you enjoy your sub goodies. Your sub badge, your emotes, and your ad-free viewing. Welcome to the cozies. Yeah. 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 WJ. Holy, okay, let's get into this. I didn't think it would keep going. What do you mean you'll keep your granddaughter as a creature in the cage? Not the They're still vibing and listening. Oh my gosh. I can't. Not the ghost booty having wings. The angel wings. Oh my god. Don't be sorry, it's funny, I love it. Oh gosh, it's twerking, yeah, it's shaking his booty. That's me when I try to take the killer from you, by the way. I try to shake my booty so good so that they leave you alone. I got hooked with the stories, can't back out now. That's what I look like. When does 2v8 start again? I believe on the 6th? That's Thursday. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. I need a deep breath for this too, because holy shit, this story, bruh. I was in complete shock looking at it. At her. Prudence had a facial expression filled with guilt, and now I knew the truth. I could see it. The creature was exactly how Ian had described, except with wavy ginger hair and a sadness in its beady eyes. This abomination? Oh heck no. This abomination was Lila. This is how Prudence had brought her back, and this was the only way I could ever see Jamie again. A risk I was not going to take. Oh gosh, after days of disbelief, the reality finally hit me like a ton of bricks. Jamie was dead, and he wasn't coming back. Why did you do this? I asked, my voice shaking in horror. Prudence scowled at me, trying to mask her shame. I didn't want this. If you think this was my aim, then you're sicker than I am. I just wanted my granddaughter back. When she died, a part of me died. My son blamed me, his wife blamed me, and although he never said it, I could see in Bernie's eyes that he did too. I pushed for her to stay. I wanted to spend more time with her. I got cocky about my ability to cope with the strange occurrences in the flats. I know what you must be thinking, but I swear I didn't know about the sleepwalking until it was too late. We had moved into the flat not long after my son left home to move in with his girlfriend. He's the youngest of 3 and was the last to fly the nest, so we downsized for the 2 of us. He never knew what we were facing in that flat, or the dangers he sent that little girl into. Ugh. When it happened, it was a few years after the fire and the troubles with the creatures. We'd struck the deal with the things in the lift, and the neighbors of the burned flats had become a fixture, just like the other clerks. I really thought she would be safe. Prudence paused to gaze longingly at the mutated little girl in the cage. The creature just twitched. In return, it bared its 4 rows of teeth and made a gentle hiss. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Ugh. But how did you do this? I stopped her with more urgency this time, looking at Rat Lila. Rat Lila in disbelief. I had to get answers out of her fast. I didn't want to spend any more time than was absolutely necessary in the shed. The gardener helped me, she answered, voice trembling. Who the fuck is the gardener? I grew more impatient with every new confusion she threw at me. The last thing I needed was something new and potentially malevolent in the mix. I didn't mention him in my note because he's been gone for 20 years. Over 20 years. He'll be of no concern to you, so don't worry. His damage is in the past now. Around the time Lila went missing, the council granted planning permission for the tower block next door. But before that was built, the land it sits on acted as a communal garden for ours and the neighboring tower block on the other side. It had a regular gardener named Derek, who you would often see tending the flower beds out front. Oh gosh. The garden plot thickens, please. I can't. Enjoy your electrical. Be safe. The garden plot, I can't believe you. Derek was one of the first people I met when I moved in. Oh, my bad. Shakes booty. Oh. Like I said, I had to work it all out myself, and the first time the window cleaner came to the balcony, I naturally reached to let him in and offer him a cup of tea. As my hand applied pressure to the handle to open the balcony door, there was a knock at the front door. I made a gesture to the cleaner to indicate that I would only be a minute and answered. There was Derek. He stopped me and told me not to let the man in, that I would be making a huge mistake. I thought he sounded crazy, and I told him so. So after a while of arguing, I got up to reboil the kettle and let the man in, and Derek grabbed my hands and shouted at me to look at the man outside. Oh. When I turned to look, there was no man outside, but a monster. He was tall and impossibly thin, flesh and bones, but somehow thinner than bones with graying skin stretched over them. He had eyes that seemed to be so deep set they went on forever, like the blackest cave you can imagine. Saliva dripped from his mouth and landed on my balcony floor, some sliding down the glass panel of the door. I opened my mouth to scream, but as I did, Derek let go of my hands and the monster was gone. In its place was that smug, friendly man begging for a drink while he cleans the windows. It took me a minute to process it, but I know what I had seen. That was the real window cleaner. I never intentionally opened or tried to open the door for him again. That day, Derek didn't stay long. He didn't tell me what the window cleaner is or what he visits every few days. He didn't explain anything about the weird things that go on. As much as Derek was a part of the strange happenings, he was like one that had been carved from light. He said he'd always be around when I needed him, that it was his job to look after the residents just like the flower beds. Over the years he appeared a few times. He was instrumental in striking a deal with the creatures. When the neighbors died in the fire, he created a special display for them in the garden, and made sure nothing planted was poisonous to the cats as soon as they arrived. He also stopped an imposter from killing Bernie at our front door. Seemed like such a good thing for the residents, always there to help, offer some gentle advice, or create a creative solution. Someone to be trusted. He changed when they granted planning permission for the other block though. He knew his garden would be dug up to lay foundations and his uses redundant. He became grumpy and bitter over time, but no one paid enough attention to notice, especially not when my tragedy struck. When Lila died, I was devastated. Derek appeared to me as I sat on a bench in the garden crying. He offered to help me, to use the garden to get her back. I snapped at him. I told him it was his fault, that he should have been there when it happened to stop them. He worked so hard on the agreement and the creatures. He spent a lot of times with them. Lila broke the rule, and he had to allow them to do what had been agreed, he said. He couldn't have stopped them, but he wanted to help make things right. Welcome back from the ads. I misunderstood why he hadn't intervened, but I couldn't accept it. I lashed out at him. I'm embarrassed to say I actually slapped the poor man along with stamping on his freshly planted flower bed. I was angry and grieving. I quickly burned myself out and collapsed into a blubbering heap on the floor. Derek attempted to comfort me, but his mind was on his garden. He said he was sorry for my loss, but I shouldn't have attacked the flower bed. That he'd always been nice to me and I should be kinder in return. I snapped and told him that it didn't matter because it was all about to be bulldozed in the next few days anyway. What the? I should have taken more note of the way he twitched as I said that. He snapped. He said he knew I was angry, but there was no need to take it out on him. If I was that desperate to get Lila back, he knew a way, but it was dangerous. I begged. Anything, I said. I would do anything. He told me it was simple, and all I had to do was enter the lift and offer the creatures some food while repeating the phrase Revertetur Mortuis during their frenzied hours. He said that there was no guarantee they wouldn't be crunching on my bones before I even got the first word out, but that if I succeeded, I would have Lila back. Of course, it was successful. There wasn't a creature in sight as I performed the ritual as instructed. I thought nothing happened at first. She didn't appear straight away, but a few days later I found her running around inside my house. She had taken a chunk out of Damon's ear with his with her teeth. I tried to kill her at first, but just as I was about to finalize, I saw in her eyes who she was. I tried to look for Derek, but by that point the workmen had started. Nothing was left of his garden, and nothing was left of Derek. No one has seen him since. You see, Cat, nothing in that building is totally harmless. You have to be on your guard at all times. I've kept her like this ever since. You may think I'm crazy, but I couldn't kill my own granddaughter. I'm not a monster. Prue sighed and ushered me back out of the shed. She locked the door behind us, closing the padlock on her most hideous secret. I was exhausted. It was a lot of information to take in, and as a result of the information I'd received, real grief for my boyfriend was finally settling in. Every hope I had was dashed. I know many of you tried to tell me in the comments that he was gone, but I wanted you to be wrong so bad. I couldn't bear to look at Prudence Hemmings for another moment. I made my excuses and left, morosely riding the bus back to the tower block I had once been so excited to live in. It was mid-afternoon by the time I got home. The choice between the stairs and lift didn't strike much enthusiasm into me, but I opted for the stairs. And after what I'm sure ended up being 11 flights, I made it the 6 flights up the stairs to my flat. Imagine like a staircase glitching like that, that's crazy. I laid on our mattress on the floor and sobbed for Jamie. I sobbed so hard my throat went dry and my stomach cramped with each gasping breath. I sobbed myself to sleep. My body and mind must have given up fighting the need to rest and shut down. When I woke up, it was late, about 10 p.m. I wrote as much of my update as I could for you guys, hit post, and just sat at the dining table with my head in my hands. My whole life had fallen to shit and I knew it. Thought about so many things. Questioned why they were happening to me. I searched social media for updates on Georgia, but there were none. Jamie wasn't super close with his family, but I knew it wasn't long before they'd start to worry. Everything I considered just snowballed in my mind. The loneliness in dealing with the situation was killing me. I decided to do something I usually wouldn't. I went downstairs and I knocked on the door of flat 26. Terry answered. Her perfectly bobbed hair was a little unkempt and out of place. She had huge bags under her eyes and I could smell wine on her breath. Elevator monster or not, you can't force me to climb 11 flights of stairs every day. That's so real. That's so valid. Are you okay, Kat? She looked concerned. I found it ironic that she looked so disheveled. I had forgotten it was me who came for help. I'm sorry. I know I don't know you. I just could barely speak. Don't worry. Prue called me. She told me everything. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. It's a shame I never got to meet him. Terry stared back at me with the same expression a mother would. Warm and understanding. Would you like a cup of tea? Maybe something stronger? I'd love a coffee, please, I answered meekly, making my way downtown into the living room. Her sofa was comfy. It reminded me of being back home at my parents' before any of this started. Terry trotted out to the kitchen, stumbling slightly. I could see the kitchen counter from the sofa and the empty bottle of wine that accounted for her stumbling. As she boiled the kettle there was a huge crash from somewhere inside the flat. I jumped, feeling startled. Terry coughed in a meager attempt to conceal the noise. Excuse me for just a moment, please, she muttered apprehensively as she walked out of the living area and into the hallway containing the bedrooms. I heard another crash, giggling, and some inaudible shouting. After a while, things went quiet and Terry came back into the living room. Sorry about that. Kids, you know, she announced, brushing off the noise. I'd almost forgotten about Eddie and Ellie. It was late already, and by the resigned expression on Terry's face indicated that this was how all her nights began. I nodded. I couldn't muster up much more of a response. I think she could see that I just needed to sit there. She got up to finish making and then set the cup of tea in front of me with 2 digestive biscuits. I hadn't eaten properly in days and I really needed the sugar. It turned out me and Terry get along really well. We have similar tastes in movies, music, and food despite the age gap. We spoke for about an hour about random, normal stuff. It was nice to get a break from the madness. I got used to the crashing around from the twins. I even laughed a few times. I'd forgotten what that felt like in these past few days. The break didn't last long. The next noise that we heard was louder than the first. It was quickly followed by 2 small children running into the living room, diving into their mother's arms. I was taken aback for a moment. Eddie and Ellie were dressed in pajamas, and were still the cute children that I had met in the hallway, but something was different. Their brown, puppy dog eyes had become deep voids, like what I'd imagine when Prue described the window cleaner's true form. And at the ends of their fingers were long, sharp claws protruding from where nails should be. I didn't have time to recoil in terror about their new looks. Terry clutched them and asked what was wrong. They wailed and buried the voids where their eyes should be into their mother's shoulders. Despite their terrifying exterior, these were 2 very scared little kids. It had been a very long day and I thought my nightmare was over, but it was only just the beginning. Ellie mumbled into Terry's shoulder, in that high-pitched voice kids do when they're scared. Mommy, we're sorry. We didn't mean to let them in. We were just teasing. Shh, they're coming, hissed Eddie, in the same distressed, high-pitched tone. What have you done? Terry asked, color drained from her face. The kids didn't get a chance to reply. Terry's face turned paler than I thought possible. I looked up and standing in the living room doorway were about 10 people, all incredibly average looking. Oh shit. They were almost expressionless. They didn't look angry or pleased to see us. They were all dressed in non-descriptive clothes. I imagined trying to describe them to one of those artists that draws pictures for the police, and I genuinely could not even think of one of them that had a distinguishing feature. That's why it took me a while to spot her in the crowd, even though she had been glaring at me the entire time. Natalia. Oh no! Oh no! And it's not even done here! What the? Oh, she's cooked, bro. She like stabbed her in the neck earlier and dragged her out of her house, and now she's gonna come back and kill her or something. This is crazy. Oh my god. Definitely though, if there's like still multiple parts to this story, this will probably be the last story for the day. Cause holy shit, I think 2 of the hours for this story. Granted, I did get into like a couple tangents in the middle of it, but like, still. Still. How our confrontation went. This is Quay Quay. Oh gosh, okay, so the previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Things just keep getting weirder. Oh gosh. I did warn you, but that's a good thing that, you know, it was like this way. Cause I'm like, I don't wanna like come back to like a story and like we didn't, if I were to like come like to leave this off and then read another one, we probably wouldn't have gotten this far. It's a really cool story. It's not real, is it? When I first saw Natalia, all I could picture was Georgia. The way her skin melted off her face, the smell of her hair burning, and the sound that she made. I didn't have time to count, but there were more than I originally thought. I figured these must have been the 15 people Prudence talked about, entering the flats that burned before it all happened. I already knew that Natalia was one of them. Eddie and Ellie clutched Terry's skirt, trembling with fear. I wanted to help protect them, but I still couldn't help but tremble a little myself every time I caught a glimpse of those hollow voids where their eyes were. "Hi, Terry. The kid said we could borrow some sugar?" she asked menacingly, grinning at the frightened family stood next to me. After a moment or two of an intense staring, Natalia finally addressed me. She appeared to be the spokesperson for the group. "How's your friend doing? It was a shame we had to end our visit. I was enjoying her company." "Don't speak about her. She's got nothing to do with you, you sick bitch," I screamed at her. I couldn't bear looking at her face again. "You don't scare me with all your freak friends. I'm not gonna let you hurt this lady or her kids." This is scary to like say that. Like, can you imagine like this lady can just burn people and then you call her friends freaks? We're cooked. I think we're cooked, chat. Not gonna lie, if you turn this video into a full on YouTube video, I would definitely watch the marathon, would you? That's so nice. I'm probably gonna... well, this VOD will definitely be on YouTube though, as all my other VODs usually are. In all my tangent glory. But yeah, if you want to... let me drop this for you too. If you want the VODs. I tend to post them like maybe a day or two after, depending on when I just don't like to do it like in like still in the 24 hours that I've done the stream. I usually give it a day. Better post the VOD 100%. I will. Oh gosh. Okay. Natalia chuckled. I gulped. "I may talk a good game, but I am no hero." That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you called her friends freaks, and now you're gonna pay. Mere days ago, I was just a young girl, excited to move in with her boyfriend, and now here I am. My boyfriend's dead. My flat is like living in my own personal horror movie, and I'm standing up challenging demonic flame neighbors and to defend demonic-looking children. What'd you miss? Oh my god, Dueco, where the flip were we? We left the old lady's house, right? And then we went to go visit Terry. And they were just having small talk, and they were just talking about like experiences and wanting to talk about like what Kat has been going through. And then her kids let the demonic flame people in, so Natalia's there and like 15, maybe 14 other people, and now they're just confronting them. If not, I will write a mean letter to Twitch and sign it as Love Dueco. What the? What the heck? Oh gosh, here we go. But when I said she didn't scare me, I meant it. Something inside me was eradicating any fear of these people. I just wanted to protect the residents. Life really does throw curveballs. I know you aren't scared. I saw it in your eyes when you stuck that big knife in my throat. That's why we're here. My brothers and sisters are not freaks. You're the freaks. Thinking that your lives have meaning. We watch you people go on about your day-to-day lives and your mundane routines and nothing really changes. Your lives are pointless and disposable. What the? That's why we set the fire all those years ago, she chuckled through her words. There was an animation in them, like she was a psychotic cartoon character, finally catching its prey after 138 episodes of chasing. Those people weren't disposable, Terry mumbled, barely a decibel higher than a whisper. What was that, Terry? Did you have something to say? Natalia went from psychotic cartoon to school bully. She made my skin crawl. I was only a child, but those people were friends of my parents. They were good people, Terry said with slightly more confidence. None of the other people moved. They just stood there, standing. Oh my god. Oh god, that was like the biggest burp of my life. Oh! Okay, let's get into this. Why would you burn people alive? What can you possibly gain? I interjected, taking a slight step between Natalia and Terry and the kids. I could see she was getting ready to go for them, and I couldn't let it happen. We were living with the great leader Michael, all of us, living in the righteous manner that he had directed us to live. He gestured to the people around her. The name Michael appeared to inspire some sort of emotion in the group. Michael's brother Jonathan lived here, on the floor we burned. He let us hang out there sometimes, but he didn't live the righteous way that we did. He didn't like our beliefs, but he took us in when we lost the place we were staying because of the growth in the group. Him and Michael rarely saw eye to eye. They argued passionately. Our group never believed in living within the constraints of societal norms, and we were up at all hours. We came and went as we pleased, embracing freedoms and listened to music as we did introspective work. Harry shoved the kids further behind her and snapped, infuriated. You were a group of entitled, bratty hippies following some middle-aged, mentally ill twat. Listen to yourself. The stereotypical cultish drivel coming out of your mouth right now. Oh. Oh, Terry cried. I was shocked at her outburst. Although I couldn't have agreed more, it did sound like a cultish drivel. It did— oh my god, it made me so angry that this was what an entire floor of people died over. As Terry ended her rant, the curtains hanging on the windows behind her burst into flames. I jumped and felt my heart skip a beat. Don't insult us. I'm sick of hearing simple-minded people call us a cult, came from the back row. An average-looking man with dark hair and jeans had piped up, smiling and watching the curtains burn. He had done that. They were all capable of what Natalia had done to Georgia, at the very least. For the first time since the people had entered Terry's flat, my nerves of steel had wavered. I realized that we were only alive because they were allowing it so far. We were in big trouble. Terry swiftly shut up and Natalia continued her story. Yikes, guys. Michael was the true leader. Not like all the fakes you hear of in the news. The people you're talking about. He was teaching us to build a world of peace and harmony, but he didn't deny that in order to do that, you had to eradicate the non-believers. He taught us to embrace the bad in us, to harness it so we could do extraordinary things. She smiled wickedly as her hands glowed hot coals as she spoke. It may have sounded like a cultist drivel, but Michael being a total faker wouldn't explain their powers. Things went wrong when somebody went to the police after Michael and Jonathan had a terrible argument one night. When the police arrived, Jonathan told us to go. The group had been planning to leave this building anyway. We'd had nothing but interruption and trouble in our time here. This place is weird. But we had nowhere immediate to go. The police already disliked us after overcrowding the last property. We didn't need any more attention. Michael was furious. We brainstormed in a field for hours who could have done it. I personally suspected the next door neighbor Mavis. The woman was so noisy, always knocking and asking us to keep the noise down, interrupting our spiritual sessions. Michael couldn't make a certain judgment on the person who had done it. All we thought were we were sure of was that they had to be on the same floor. So he instructed us to go back that night and eradicate the whole floor and every non-believer who lived there. What the? Hi, Bon! Welcome, welcome. As you know, we obliged. This incited sick laughter from the crowd. I waited, forcing myself to let her finish, buying time. We took pleasure in their screams, in watching every man, woman, and child go up in flames through their front door windows. It was the first time we'd unleashed all that energy, and we felt so powerful. But then, as we left the burning hallway behind us and entered the stairwell, this building found a way to fuck us over one more time. I couldn't give you a number on the amount of times we tried to run down those stairs, leave our glorious victory behind us and return to Michael. It didn't matter how many times we tried. We couldn't make it past that floor. The stairs wouldn't let us. It didn't take long before the fire reached the stairwell we were trapped in, burning us all, along with the non-believers. We died just in time for the fire engine to arrive. We may have been dead, but we didn't disappear. We couldn't leave the building. We were always stuck. We were gosh, we were stuck just wandering in and out of the burned flats and hallways, but not allowed anywhere unless we were asked. It was awful. We didn't try to cause any trouble at first. We waited for Michael to come and find us, instruct us. 2 months passed and he didn't come. Instead came confirmation. A newspaper put through the door of the building. Headline news. Tower Block resident Bernie Hemmings information vital to imprisonment of local cult leader on drug charges. I gasped. I couldn't believe I had found that when I was researching Peru, but I suppose local news wasn't so heavily online back then. Natalia saw my shocked expression and grinned wider than before. The old bat didn't tell you that then? She asked. Although it wasn't really a question. That her stupid husband is the whole reason we're here? Oh gosh, we started to really cause issues then. Did anything within our power to fuck the whole building over, but it didn't take them long to work out that we had to be asked to come in. We only stopped when Prue worked out a way we could die a second time, and that we would come back again. She killed 2 of our group. She was the only person that could stop us. We couldn't do shit with her around. We stopped, and not the rapping, and reached a stalemate. Then she moved out. We were going to honor the stalemate until you stabbed me. Prue's gone. It's fair game in here now. As Natalia got angry, a member of her group started getting agitated. They all soon followed like a hive mind, working as one. The stillness became chaotic, with all of them moving and making noise. I didn't notice at first when one started walking towards Terry and the kids, but I noticed when it got near. It was a teen girl, slender and pretty, but still unsuddenly average. As she got within a meter of the family, Ellie suddenly went rigid. The claws that replaced her fingernails grew longer and sharper, with jagged edges from growing so fast. The voids deepened, if that was even possible. She opened her mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth, blood caked where the tooth meets the gum, where they had grown too quickly as well. Ellie jumped. She reached out towards the girl and slashed her face with the claws, leaving deep gouges across her eyes. She clung onto the girl, using her claws as wall pegs, keeping herself at eye level. You're telling me this little girl just turns into some... What the... Oh my gosh, it's like... It's scary, but also like... It's a defense mechanism, right? Holy... Eddie controlled the crowd. His own claws grew and he ran towards them, sending them scattering out of the flat. Random bursts of flames interrupted everywhere, lighting up the whole room. Shit hit the fan. The 2 demon children were successfully fending off a group of 15 dead superhuman cultists. Natalia ran for them too, but kept her eyes locked on mine as she did. As she ran out of the flat, she spoke to me. "This isn't over," she screamed, and I knew it wasn't. I stayed on Terry's sofa that night. We organized all the burned items in the house and threw things out before we crashed out in the early hours. The kids' claws retracted, and they were returned to their earlier state, causing mischief as always in the hallways. They were too young to really understand. What just happened? Gosh. Ugh, I didn't sleep much. Nothing new. When I woke up, Terry was still asleep, and I didn't want to disturb her, so I walked back to my flat, desperate to avoid anything strange on the way. The stairs must have noticed, because they didn't skip on the way up. I hadn't checked the time when I left Terry's, but I reached my door at the same time as a familiar face. Postman Ian was stood there, dropping letters on my doorstep. "Hey, love," he shouted as he noticed me. "I need to talk. Can you come inside? Just 5 minutes, please?" I practically begged him at the doorstep. I told him everything that had happened the night before, how Natalia was out for revenge and I was the object of her rage. I begged him to tell me how to kill them, but he claimed he didn't know. He said if I kept my doors locked and didn't let them in, then I'd be fine. Yep, definitely not getting the deposit for the place. Also, I didn't know what to feel with the children, right? It's like, yeah, they did suspect that something like rubbed off on them when they were born, because they were the first ever like birth in the building, right? So like something like rubbed off on them. But to think that they just become so unhinged and then they were able to like save them that night, that's crazy. Like, what are they? Like, did they turn into the creature that Lila is? Or is it like different, right? I'm scared. Oh gosh. He looked shirty as I mentioned as I mentioned killing them. Didn't even suggest asking Prudence how to do it. Something telling me there wasn't much point. He seems so disingenuous. I wanted to trust him. So badly I wanted to trust him. I'd been so vulnerable with him over Jamie. But if Prudence Hemmings could forget to mention what Bernie had done, and conveniently never pass on the method to kill these awful people, leaving them around to terrorize her friends and neighbors, then could she be a liar too? Could I really trust Ian? When he provided no answers and no help, something inside told me that I needed to get him out of my flat. I needed to rethink, start working things out on my own. I made excuses to Ian and sent him to his rounds. Prudence left me these rules, but she left so much out. How do I know I wasn't always a pawn in some sick game, or fantasy life as a puppet master, setting me up to fail? She's kept her granddaughter in a cage for years. Maybe she enjoys suffering. I wasn't gonna give up easily though. Natalia wasn't gonna win. I decided then and there that I needed to attend the committee meeting today and start building an army against Natalia. But I didn't need Bruce's help or her methods. With enough manpower I could do it myself. This was war. What is going on? Wait, how long is this? Is there more? Oh my god. There is more. The quirky shit going on is true. It's true. I think I'll read this one. And I do think there's another part after this, but I will pause it there. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab the next link for the next part when we're done here. And then I'm gonna post it as a comment under Noble's post, and then we can continue it the next time. Cause holy shit! There's so many parts. Okay. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I might need some help. Stop whenever. Yeah, self-care too. Yeah. I'm just so immersed. I think I'm okay too. But I will take a probably will cut it off after reading this part, because you've read this before? Like, without spoiling, am I like at least halfway, do you think, Becky? What are we thinking? Am I at least like somewhat halfway? Like, it's so interesting, but holy, it's long. Okay, I had to just read something real quick. Let's get into it. Final chapter of the day. Okay. Like halfway or like a little less. Okay. I see. Okay. I sat all morning thinking about everything, cup after cup of coffee in front of me to keep me awake. Once the postman had left and I was all alone with my thoughts, they just continued to get louder. I thought about Natalia and the cult, about the kids and their nighttime antics, about the committee meeting, Jamie, and how much I missed him, Georgia and my burning guilt, and Mr. Prentice, who was finally making those aforementioned animal noises. Oh, there's the animal noises. Most of all, I thought about the note left for me on move-in day, how it changed everything. My whole life was different now. I was alone and I felt like my new home was attacking from every angle. Good luck on the buggy catch! I reread the note a few times over my coffee. I worried about my rent. It was tight but manageable. School is currently out in the UK, but as a training teacher assigned to a school, I still get paid a small amount through the summer. My rent is low, and with a second summer job, I can just about make it without Jamie. It sounds strange, but it felt nice to worry about something more normal for a minute. Even if it should have been worrying about my survival and the many entities currently trying to kill me. I didn't get to stew for too long. I had to get ready for the committee meeting. After the events of the night before, my growing mistrust of Prudence, it was imperative that I got the neighbors on side if I was going to achieve anything like my goals for eradicating the imposter/cultist neighbors. The meeting was at noon in flat 31. There was a poster on a communal notice board by the entrance that I was glad to spot. Terry hadn't mentioned the time we met, and all our meetings since had been a bit hectic to discuss it. The poster promised tea and cakes, and my stomach rumbled at the thought. I hadn't eaten properly in days. At 11:55, I left the flat and wandered into the corridor. I'd never seen so many neighbors. Mr. Prentice, however, was still making that awful noise, and I watched in disbelief as every single person in the corridor walked past his door as if it was silent. I did my usual deliberation on whether to take the stairs or lift, but yet again the stairs won. I still couldn't bear being where Jamie died, and all these extra flights were keeping me fit. Flat 31 belonged to an older lady named Molly Thompson and her husband Eric. She had a blue rinsed head of curls attached to her head and had gone to the effort to make homemade Battenberg cake. I've never tried that, but it sounds nice. The little Battenberg cakes. Other neighbors had brought along baked goods as well. It reminded me of a school fair. The flat itself was decorated for the 70s, with plenty of china cat ornaments littered around. I sat down on a dusty plastic garden chair, one of many that Molly seemed to have acquired and laid out for the residents pouring in. I hadn't seen the community spirit like this in my life. I smiled as I saw Terry, Eddie, and Ellie wander in. It was nice to see some familiar faces. I had noticed people looking at me, wondering who I was. Probably wasn't often they got new neighbors. Eddie came running up to me, swung his arm around me, and sat down in the rickety garden chair next to mine. It was so sweet. Terry smiled at me and took a seat on the other side of mine. Ellie sat next to her brother. The brown puppy dog eyes were back. No claws. I'm glad you came, Terry said to me, loud enough to hear over the voices of the other neighbors. I really want you to see the good side of the block. We don't bite, really. She laughed nervously as she realized the irony of her statement. Terry, I need help. We need to stop those people from coming back again and from terrorizing people. The block can't go on like this. I wanted to make the purpose of my attendance clear to her. It was time for things to change. But if you don't let them in, they won't bother you. I've spoken to the kids, they know not to do it again. But those people are dangerous. She paused for a moment and sighed. Although them running away didn't help, the kids think they're indestructible now. They've been telling me all morning that they're going to kill the bad guys. She looked so resigned, but it was true. They did run away from the twins. Maybe there was something in that. I knew they could die. I just had to work out how. But as the thought crossed my mind, I looked at Eddie and Ellie. I couldn't imagine taking the risk. I could have flat out gone back and asked Prudence, but to be honest, I didn't want anything to do with her. She gave me such a bad feeling. I was doubting everything she told me. It doesn't matter if we can keep them away. We can't all live in fear. Yours aren't the only kids in the building. I knew this from surveying the room. But I bet not all the kids here are as special as yours. What if another family burns to death because their kids were hyper one night? I could see this struck a chord with Terry. She looked at me with glassy eyes, as if on the verge of tears. You're right. Molly's the chairwoman, and she can be a little strict, but if you can bring it up under any other business. She spoke with a lump in her throat. Here you go, by the way. She handed me a piece of printed paper. Any other business fell a bit lackluster, but it would do, as long as it got discussed. I turned my attention to the piece of paper. It was the agenda for the meeting. For something written so formally, it appeared farcical? It seemed other flats and floors had different but equally strange issues to mine. There were only 6 items on the agenda for the meeting with the AOB as the 7th. They were as follows. 1. Welcome introductions with apologies for absence. 2. Replacing the flickering lights on floor 11. It seemed to incite vicious behavior from the pets and elderly of that floor. 3. Serving a formal residence letter of concern to the man who doesn't move from the bottom of the stairwell on floor 5. 4. Finances. Budgets for general maintenance and the annual barbecue. This is more intricate than you realized? A little bit, yeah, huh? 5. No. 6. 5? 5. The stairs with no grip leading up to floor 14 at the very top, and the health and safety hazards this presents. 6. Soundproofing of Mr. Prentice's flat, number 48. I was comforted to know that I wasn't alone in dealing with all these strange occurrences. I was also chilled to the core to know for certain that it was the entire building that was more than a bit odd. What really struck me as odd is that when I thought about it, I had seen that man on floor 5 when going down the stairs, but I'd never noticed that it had been every time, or that he never moved until this moment. Should be a TV show, I know. The meeting began with a loud and dissatisfying clink. By this point, the tiny 70s themed flat was packed. Garden chairs had all run out and people were standing. Molly Thompson stood up from her floral patterned armchair and bashed a teaspoon against the outside of her cup. Would be an interesting, like, some sort of sweet home show, or some sort of sweet home show, imagine. Well, she reminded me of a very strict disciplinarian school teacher I had worked with during my university placement. She commanded the quiet in the room. I think we should get started, everyone, she shrilled, her voice growing louder with every word until the crowd came to a silent hum. Right. Firstly, we are not going to skip the introductions today. Apologies have been given by Joe and staff of Flat 2 and yet again Mr. Prentice. We have a new face in the room and I'm sure many of you noticed. She gestured to me and looked in my direction, but didn't really make any eye contact. She was just talking about me as I sat in the room. Eventually, she addressed me directly. Stand up, dear. Introduce yourself. We're pleased to have you here. I was deeply uncomfortable. I could feel some sort of panic coming on. I never liked standing in crowds very much, but I stood up anyway. Hi, my name is Kat. I live in flat number 42, I moved in with my boyfriend Jamie, but he was killed in the lift by that weird rat creatures you people have living here. The people that claim to live in the burned out flats won't leave me alone, and one in particular seems to want me dead. Oh, and that window cleaner outside my flat makes me want to scoop my own eyes out with a spoon every time he knocks on the door. Nice to meet you all. The crowd gasped a little. I can't. Wait, that emote is so cute. Stop. No Togepi, but a pumpkin Togepi. I sat down, instantly mortified. I don't know what happened. The normality and structure of the meeting overwhelmed me. There's something about a sense of order normality amongst chaos. It does something to your brain, and for me, for the first time in this whole journey, it set me into a meltdown. I sobbed as I hit the chair, both in pure mental exhaustion and disappointment that I had blown my chance at building any sort of army against Natalia. Terry rubbed my shoulder. Molly broke the awkward silence that had blanketed the room. Wait, that's so cute! Oh my gosh. An Oshawott and a Piplup. Nice to meet you, Catherine. I understand life in this building can be a little overwhelming. As we did ask the previous occupant to let us intervene when you moved in, but she was insistent. In hindsight, we may need to review our policies on new tenants. I'm so very sorry for the loss of your partner. The lift is a most unfortunate situation. Oh my god. Is that the link to the profile of the person? Where is the Draco and Zen one like that? There isn't one yet. There should be one, huh? That'd be really nice. She had been in positions of power in her life, for certain. She responded professionally, but coldly. There was no feeling in her condolences. She came off like a corrupt politician digging themselves out of a hole. She did decide to skip the introductions after my outburst. I also hate when I'm called Catherine. My parents named me Katie, and I shortened it to Cat. Her presuming it was Catherine added to her school teacher demeanor. I can't. Everything the author wrote down in the universe, you could definitely stop at Cat stories. Oh, I see. Unfortunately, I should call the police and say not this. Let me actually copy that. I'm gonna copy this and post it in the comments in Noble's post, just so I can have that on hand as well. Hold on. Where is it? I'm gonna put author profile. I'll post this. And then after this, I will also post the link to the next part, as we are gonna take a break after reading this one. Yeah, it's really a novel at this point. Oh no, you're good. It's a really nice story. Like, thank you so much for sending this in. Like, it's definitely reeling all of us in. Like, I promise you, it's fine. It's so nice that we're all reading such a long story together. You didn't think it went this deep? That's okay. She carried on with the proceedings pretty swiftly, and interesting characters present at the meeting starting to emerge. My favorite was a large, middle-aged Caribbean woman named Precious St. Clair, who would not accept Molly's claims that there were not enough in the budget to replace the lighting on floor 11. She got up and lifted her shirt to reveal a large, deep bite mark across her stomach caused by her dog after a long episode of the lights flickering. When that didn't change Molly's answer, she lifted her trouser leg to reveal a smaller but still noteworthy bite mark on her leg. From her elderly mother who lives with her. Oh yikes. Molly didn't budge. It took what felt like an eternity to get to any other business. If I weren't so focused on my goal, I would have probably enjoyed hearing about the quirks of the other floors. Maybe tried to engage a little, but I just couldn't concentrate. Oh my. When the chairwoman asked if anyone had any other business, she scanned the room quickly. I stood up from my chair and she locked in on me with her eyes. My hands were shaking, and I could feel a cold sweat forming all over my body. Catherine, what can we help you with, dear? She asked in a patronizing tone. I want to help in getting rid of the people pretending to be from the burned out flats. I can't be the only person that doesn't like living in fear, I state boldly, trying not to break down again. Here, we have had this discussion multiple times and it's been taken off the agenda. I am aware you're new here, but there is nothing we can do about certain problems within this building, and for this particular issue, we would appreciate you not letting them into your home and ignoring them like the rest of us. She stepped back. But that's not good enough. Terry's kids answered the door last night, and they're children. It's easily done. What if someone else's child does it and aren't so lucky to survive? One burned my friend so bad a few nights ago that she's still unconscious in the hospital. This I knew from social media. A few people called out an agreement with me from the crowd. The only one who's ever been able to deal with them is Prudence. And that difficult woman never revealed her methods. Don't think we didn't try. You're suggesting a suicide mission. You do well to remember you're new here, Molly hissed through her teeth. Did she have to mention I was new so many times? It was grating on me. Well, I'm willing, shouted Precious. She seemed stronger than the rest in her earlier rant. I was glad to have her on side. Where she came forward, a few others followed. Soon, I had 5 people plus myself willing to form a subcommittee to get rid of the cultists. Molly didn't like it, but she agreed to let us do it. There was me, Prudence, and Terry, along with a lady named Shanti, who lived a few doors from me. A man named Anton and his friend Leo from floor 8 made up the group. To be honest, they just seemed keen to get involved with any kind of battle. Leo was the loud one. Anton was mostly silent. I invited them to my flat after Molly swiftly adjourned the meeting, inviting anyone into my home that made me anxious now. I found myself studying each of their faces to ensure that they weren't too average and I hadn't invited the wrong people in. I was fairly certain Eddie and Ellie settled in front of my TV in the bedroom so they didn't hear our conversation. Maybe they may only be kids, but I felt safer with them in there. We discussed for hours how we could bring the imposter people into one place and kill them all. Leo was particularly creative. He came up with weird and wacky ways to end them, from locking them into a room and blasting with fire extinguishers until they freeze, to herding them into the lift between 1:11 and 3:30 a.m. Oh my. The whole time I waited nervously for a knock on the door, for them to come for us, but they didn't. We got time to plan, but despite the time it never really took off. No idea seemed feasible. I shared everything I knew. My conversations with Prue, the night before in Terry's flat, everything. Precious listened to my tales intently before speaking. Derek would have helped us. He was a great man. He used to turn up at my door in the dead of night, just as those lights started, and take my dog for a walk. She spoke of the gardener with a fondness. Prudence told me about Derek. She said he's been gone since the garden was demolished, I replied flatly. It was awful when he left. That woman that used to live here was nasty to him. I watched out my window as she tore up the garden. I know she was grieving for that little girl, but I know Derek only ever wanted to help. Janty spoke up from the corner. She had been pretty quiet the whole time. It was the whole reason we don't have those awful creatures from the lift all over our homes anymore. My brother was killed by one before the agreement. He was 4 years old. Shoot. I twitched as she told her story. Shanti had such sad eyes speaking about her brother, only filled with... What? Had such sad eyes and speaking about her brother only filled them further with sadness. There is another thing I don't understand. Why have any agreement? If you managed to kill most of them, why not all? I asked, feeling anger over Jamie burn through my throat as I spoke. Precious laughed. Terry shot her a look from across the room. No one's ever told you the whole story, have they? Shanti asked, a single tear running down her face. What do you mean? This was driving me insane. Nothing was simple. How could I trust anyone? When Prudence had some of the others killed, the creatures they killed a large group of them in one hit. What? They had started to work out that food scraps and pet food were attracting them, and they gathered all the pet food in the tower block into one empty flat on the floor that the fire had happened. Prudence is OP. The creatures came in droves just like expected, and they set the flat alight again. The flat was burned to ash on top of pre-existing ash. Nothing could survive that. Shanti was interrupted after this by Leo. And then 3 giant rat motherfuckers literally rose from the ashes. Triple as smart and strong and fucked shit up, he said, a look of excitement on his face. Shanti rolled her eyes and continued. So all Prudence did was cause a quite literally bigger problem. She didn't kill them. All she did was help them evolve. There was only 3 of them, but they learned to sneak attack? What the? So more people died than during the original infestation. They were more intelligent, but not in the way it comes across when the agreement's spoken about. We couldn't speak to or reason with them. Terry was looking at the floor. Only Derek was able to do that. He spoke to them like he spoke to the garden. He made it safe for everyone again. I wasn't there. I was too young, but there we were told that he didn't even have to use words. They understood just a series of movements and eye contact. Derek explained the rules with a lift. He told us it was a gesture of goodwill. The creatures needed a home and seemed attracted to the building, and we would let them live there and stop killing their kind if they would stop killing ours. But to show them some respect, we would allow them a small time frame where they could unleash their instinctual nature, but only if someone came to them. There are only 2 left now. Prudence killed the other during what happened with her granddaughter, but that only made them 2 stronger. Like they absorbed the 3rd. What the? Who is she to make deals on behalf of everyone? Imagine, right? Derek isn't coming back. It's been years. This is pointless. Terry finally erupted. Precious laughed again. How do you know? You speak to dear old Prue all the time. Know something we don't? Precious spoke sarcastically, but I think she meant what she said. It was becoming clear that Prudence Hemmings wasn't too popular in this building. I don't speak to her all the time. We just keep in contact. She was always nice to me, Terry tried weakly to defend herself. That's because you're naive and a pushover. Oh shit. She used you because no one else would give her the time of the day. Precious was about to launch into a full rant on Terry. I was glad Eddie and Ellie were in the other room and couldn't hear. I wonder if she'd seen them all night. At night. I decided to stop the rant. This is becoming counterproductive and we were getting nowhere with our plans. I interjected and told them all I needed them to leave so that I could sleep. Partly true, although I knew I couldn't sleep. I had other things to do. They all filed out of my flat. Terry and the kids were the last to leave. She gave me a hug as she left and told me to get a proper night's rest, telling me she was always there for a cuppa and a chat. It was sweet. I felt sorry for Terry. The kids hugged me too as they left. I know she spoke to Prue, but I was certain that it really was entirely innocent. I sat in the empty flat disheartened that my assembling of any army turned into a bickering shit show with no real suggestions on how to kill the imposter neighbors. I felt totally alone. I couldn't trust Prue or Ian or pretty much anything I thought I knew. Maybe Prue didn't even kill those neighbors. They only told me half-truths about the creatures after all. I was left alone with my thoughts again, and after a few hours, a good one finally struck me, but I needed supplies. A cuppa? Yeah. I've kind of figured ever since they were calling, like, the apartments flats from like the first chapter. I'm like, oh, they're British. I left the building and went to the nearest shop to gather the items I needed. For what I needed and the time of night, I had to travel to a 24-hour supermarket. It took half an hour each way on the bus, but I had to stay focused. My bags were heavy and awkward on the way back to the block, but if it paid off, this was going to be worth it. Yeah, true! Yeah. I trudged up the stairs. It took me 2 trips and 24 flights of stairs instead of 14 to get everything in my flat and organize myself. It only took 16 and a large gym bag that was much easier to carry on the way back down, thankfully. I passed the man on floor 5 twice. Now I noticed him. He made my skin crawl a little. I walked through the downstairs corridor, diverting away from the main entrance and passing all the ground floor flats to the door at the back of the building. The door at the back led to a small concrete area where a grass strip along the side and a bench decorated with a memorial plaque. This was the block's outside space. As is typical in the city, the whole bench was covered in graffiti. The memorial was unreadable. I got to work. I dug up the strip of grass, turning soil with my new equipment. I had never been green-fingered. I don't think that's how the saying goes. I think, guys, what she means is like she didn't have a green thumb, which is like the term you use for someone that's like really into and really good at like planting things. To say green-fingered is crazy. Gray. I was like, it's written like that, but I'm like, I don't think it's right. And to be honest, the shrubs I had bought had been so heavy, I had grown to resent them a little. I worked for an hour and a half. I was sweating and the night had come. It was pitch black and I was using my phone torch to see. I had almost given up until I got up from my crouching position to stretch my knees. I reached my arms out, put down my shovel, and took a seat on the bench. Never say that sentence ever again. My attention was drifting a bit, but you have my full attention again. Listen, I'm sorry, I'm like, that's not the term, I think. I hadn't seen him arrive, but the man was already sat there. He wore a flat cap and a jacket. Despite it being the middle of summer and a beautiful night, he just smiled warmly at the shrubs for a moment without a word. Eventually, he spoke. I've missed this place. Name's Derek. Oh, okay. Okay, so remember the flower beds that he took care of? And then when they were making like that new block, like the workmen, right, got rid of everything, so he left with the plants. Maybe Derek is one with the plants. So she basically kind of like revived him, like quote unquote revived him in a way, by planting at the block again. This is crazy, guys. Okay, so I will copy the link for this next part, and I will be posting again in Noble's post. Where we left off. Okay. Yeah, we will pause there for now, guys, on the stories. Because I need a break. I def need a break. Derek, you should write a Zen spoopy story. I would love to read it, honestly. I would love to see what you would come up with. Derek got green fingered. Well played, Derek. No. I like, please, they mean a green thumb. Please. No, yeah, Dwickle, I don't know if you were here for that. Welcome back from the ads, you guys. I don't know if you were here for that, but she mentioned, hold on. I need to pull it up again. She said... Yeah, she was like, I got to work. I dug the strip of grass, turning soil with my new equipment. I had never been green-fingered. I had never been green-fingered, and to be honest, the shrubs I had bought have been so heavy I had grown to resent them a little. And I'm like, I think she meant to say she's never really had a green thumb. But she said green-fingered. I might have lost her words. Anyway, but yeah. I'm probably gonna end stream here, but I will look for someone that I can raid you guys to. If you did like... I really hope you guys like me reading all these stories today. If you like it, I will do it again, definitely. I do plan to do it already. But like, if you want more of this type of content where I just read stories for you guys, I'd love to continue if you guys would want that. Oh, okay. The green fingered is basically Siren Save Square. What does that mean? Thank you for reading a story. Thank you for being here. I hope you liked it. Sometimes the guy... What the... Noble? What the flip are you saying? The whoops. That emote is so cute. There's ladies here, Noble. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, Noble. Why are you talking about the gynecologist right now? But yeah, let me go see who's online. Let's get out of let us get out of mod view. Oh my gosh, Jay, you want to know a funny story while you were gone? So Malin had come in, right? But he was also restricted, like suspicious user restricted, due to like apparently in like Ronin's chat, and I'm like, oh, we had the same issue with Amber, so I had to, so nobody was seeing his messages but me, so I had to unrestrict him. Poor thing. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, how did you get banned? Was he your accidental ban? Was that what that was? I know with Amber it was because of like he had sent in a message, right? And it auto blocked him like Saribot did. Oh, it was only Sleep, right? Yeah, that was Sleep, I remember. Poor Sleep Nut. I can't. Let's see. Let's see. Was there anyone online that we can go to? That's the only victim we know. What the? Raid Ghost? I won't. You're right. Maybe one day, but today is not that day. I'm not brave today. All of my courage like spilled out after the fact that we did that. Low key, do you guys want to hear that story real quick, by the way? Like, I'm sure you guys have seen our friend Siren, but I recently gifted her a video that I got of Ghost Arcade at TwitchCon. We were able to meet up with him, and he was able to make a hello video for Siren because she couldn't make it to TwitchCon, right? But she is like, he is one of her, like, if not one of her, if not the biggest like comfort streamer of hers, because she wakes up and Ghost Arcade is like streaming, right? DVD streamer, by the way. This was like a project that we started doing from the start of TwitchCon, so like the Friday, right? it dawned onto me, I'm like, wait, this would be really nice to do. But we went through like a gruesome it was really sad because like the first day I had like I talked to Doiko about it because it was me and them. We went to the con together and I showed them a picture of him, told them like a little bit of like the kind of content he does, like he's a DVD streamer. We watched some of his TikToks, and then I was like, if we can find this man, let's try and do this, yeah? Let's try and do this. But our luck on the first day was not, like, we weren't too lucky, and it was like end of the con, and we were like, excuse me, we were like starving. We were gonna look for like a nearby, like little food stall or like cart or something, and luckily we did find like an Auntie Anne's pretzels, like soft pretzels cart, so we were walking over to it, and then it was like end of con day, right? So it was like maybe like 4 or 5 p.m. and the convention center closes at like 6 p.m. every day, like everyone has to start leaving. Oh yeah, Noble was saying, Draco, I'm like, he's like, where's our emotes like this? Like we get like a half of a heart or like something. But yeah, and it wasn't until like I went to like look down and reach for my wallet in my bag, right? Because we were about to like head to the pretzel cart, and 2 people like walked past us, like not like speed walking, but like they were just like making their way fast to get to the escalator to go downstairs to leave, right? And then Dueko like gasps and starts like hitting my shoulder, like, wait, Zen, isn't that's him, isn't it? Isn't that him? And then Ghost was like walking with Helion Kate, and I was like, I was like so stunned because I was like, oh, I didn't expect to like for like now. And then the tiniest little like Ghost Arcade came out of my mouth, like it was barely like above a whisper, and I was like, Ghost Arcade. But I couldn't like get it in me to like call out to him, like actually, because I was like in my head, I'm like, oh shit, we're starving, but also it's end of the con, and like I don't want to, like the way that they were like walking was so fast, and I'm like, I don't want to like bother them, they probably just want to leave, right? Like it's end of the con day, I'm like, I don't want to bother them like that. So missed out chance on the first night. But I was like totally beating myself up over it, but I'm like, that's fine, we have 2 more days, right? We have 2 more days, we can do this. And then Saturday rolls by. I don't think we were too lucky either. Like we probably like saw them in passing maybe once or twice, but they were like really far. But on the last day, Ghost Arcade was streaming at the Phasmo booth in the morning, so we were like, we can't miss it, right? Like today is the last freaking day. I was gonna pass out. I'm like, I really wanted to make this work, but if it wasn't gonna work, it was fine too. Like, but I just really wanted to like try. And so we kind of lingered around while he streamed, because it was like an hour stream that they do, because there was exclusive Twitch drops for Phasmophobia. So if you watched for like, what was it, like an hour, you get like pretty like purple iridescent like ID card and badge, and like it was really pretty, is all I can say. It was like purple and pink. It looked like, okay, it looked like my usual model as a card, right? And like I needed it. It takes guts to just try. I know. Even if people go to TwitchCon to meet others, it takes hella courage. It's true. Yeah, it does. And then so it was an hour, and I didn't want to like just seem like a creep, just like hanging around the Phasmo booth for him, right? So we just like kind of did a few rounds around the booth, and then we went to like an arcade section of TwitchCon, which is really cool because it was a whole bunch of like retro games, like those like old arcade games. We played Galaga, we played this cute like Japanese rhythm game. It was like super fun. And then I played like another Japanese rhythm game, but it was like Idol Girls. What's it called? I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the Chik-chan, hi, nani ga suki? I don't remember what it's not. It's like Idol Live or something. I keep wanting to say Holo Live, but that's wrong. Yeah, the rhythm games were so loud for no reason, and at one point we thought we broke it, right? And then I checked the time and I was like, maybe we should start heading back, right? And then we went back to the Phasma booth. We did happen to like catch Ghost Arcade. He was done with his stream, but he was still like talking to like one of the faculty, like the staff people at the Phasma booth. I think they were getting like really good, like cool goodies and stuff. And then they started walking out of the booth, and that's when I was like, Ghost Arcade! I like actually like yelled his name loud enough for him to like hear. And he was gonna go up to us, but then another like pair of people had like come up to him to like greet him and like, you know, just like talk to him. Because I think after his stream he had like 30 minutes or something like that to get to his meet and greet, because he had like a meet and greet like right after his stream. So it was like another like 45 minutes and he had to like rush to it, right? And then me and Draco just kind of just stood there and I'm like, oh man, he's talking to people. Excuse me. But then he was so sweet, like he like made sure to come up to us to like kind of, you know, just like let us know like he didn't forget about us, like he did see us like calling him, right? And he was like hi, like did you just want to like stop by and say hi? Did you want like a picture or like a signing or something? I'm like, oh. And I explained the situation, how I have a friend that really loves you, like she introduced me to you. I was wondering if it would be okay if we could get like a video of you like saying hi, like for like a really short little video of you saying hi. And he's like, oh, like he was like, I would love to, but he actually has to like get to his meet and greet because that was like right after his stream, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's like totally fine. Like, if would it be okay if I can like try and find you later? Like I tried to be like a super like respectful and just like gentle about it, because I'm like, I didn't want to like make him seem like, no, like you do this for me, right? And I'm like, no, I really wanted like, I wanted to respect his time, like he did have to like go do things too, right? And I was like, he's like, yeah, if you can like come find me again after like outside where the booths are, like, and he's like, I can come find you and then we can do it then. I'm like, yeah, that sounds perfect, yeah. And then so me and Jacob were like, okay, we asked him, right? We asked him, and then so we had like basically, because the meet and greets for like that type of panel, they take 2 hours, I think. It's usually like a 2-hour slot. So me and Dico like killed time for 2 hours, and then we ended up meeting, if you guys know, the VTuber Akuma Nimune, or like Numi. She's like this purple like devil girl. I love her. We got to meet her. Yeah, he did notice us and actually came back. It was really nice. Like he wanted to like make sure like, oh yeah, I didn't forget you guys. It was really nice. We met Numi and then we killed more time. And then something happened where we felt like we were like, yeah, we were trying to like go back and I'm like, oh, I don't see him at the panels anymore. Like something happened, right? And then basically we were like lost for another hour and a half, and then we went back up to like Artist Alley, which is on the 2nd floor. Retro cozy. We went back up to the 2nd floor to just chill, because I know Dico was like starving too and they needed like coffee desperately, so we went up to get that because there were like these like booths outside upstairs in front of like one of the stage thingies. There's like this area where you could like, there's like a little rave stage where there's like a DJ and stuff like that. Yeah, you were crashing, like, because I know like Dico's not like, they're very much not a morning person, so like the way that we were getting up in the morning was like super early, and then they aren't really a breakfast person either, so they weren't really like eating breakfast a lot before we left. So of course when it gets to like lunchtime, right, you're like super peckish, you're like super hungry. But yeah. And then they finished eating, and then at some point I'm like, you know, like after they finished eating I kind of was feeling hungry too, so I went back out and then I got myself a pizza. It was a huge pizza slice, by the way. It was like probably bigger than my face. Pizza. Pizza. pierce the veil. Oh my god. But yeah, I got a pizza that was like the size of my face, and I had a pretty good dent in it, but like I had just started eating, right? We like sat back down, I started eating my pizza, and then Dueko, lo and behold, sees Ghost and Kate walking across Artist Alley to like the partner lounge, and then they were like, Zen, he's there. And then I'm like mid bite of my pizza, but like I was so stressed that I stood up, like weighing my options and kind of debating whether I should like go, right? I'm like, but I'm like, hurry up. Yeah, they had to go use the bathroom, and then that's when they saw them, and then I was like, whatever. I'm like, at least we know where they are. I'm like starving. Like I want to eat. I can't right now. So another missed opportunity. Yeah, like they were like super far because they were like walking straight from like the middle, and we were like on the sides. We weren't gonna make that. So another devastating moment for me because I'm like, oh, look at, we missed another opportunity. And then we ate. We went back down just in case he was gonna like linger back to the first floor, which is like the general like con floor. And yeah, mind you, this entire time Dueko was like dropping like gacha terms. I mean, like, oh my god, we lost our 50-50 pity like 3 times. We don't have good pity. We missed the 50-50 because we would always see other people, like other like big streamers, and it's not the one we're looking for, which was Ghost. Like we saw XQC, we saw, I don't know if you guys know him, but the Dr. Pepper guy, who like, I don't know if you guys know like that street interviewer in Japan or based in Japan named Cole, and there's always this one guy when they're like vlogging, he would come up to them and just give them a Dr. Pepper in silence. We saw that guy. We saw that guy. We saw buff Michi Mochibi, which is this like buff like bodybuilder guy who cosplayed as Michi Mochibi. XQC is difficult to understand, that's true. Like I don't watch his content, but it was really funny when we did see him because we saw him like twice, I think. But like the first time we saw him, there was like a couple that walked by near us, and the boyfriend was like freaking out, right? He was like, oh, that's XQC, and then the girlfriend's like, huh? XQC, and she was like, I don't know who the fuck that is. And it was making me laugh. It was so funny. But we were just seeing so many like other people, and it wasn't the one person we were looking for. And so we were standing near this booth, and I know we were both like feet tired and like just tired, right? We were just super tired, and I was like weighing my options, trying to figure out what I can do to like find him. I was looking at his like his username on like Twitter to see if there's any updates of people like taking pictures with him and whatnot, just so we can find like a general direction. And nothing was working, and it wasn't until I like clicked on his Twitter profile and I clicked the DM little button on the profile, and like to my shock it was open. Like I was like, usually you know how sometimes like premium X profile havers usually have their DMs restricted for like, you can only send them a DM if you're also verified, which I am not verified. Yeah, like we felt like freaks. I'm like, am I being like too, you know? Oh my god, I'm having my anxiety coughs just thinking about this again. I say it all the time. Every time this story gets brought up, or like anything about it, like my heart starts pumping way like so bad. Is TwitchCon pretty huge? I would like to think so, yeah. It's pretty big. It's just there's a lot of people. And it was also really hard because there were a lot of like IRL streamers that were just not like aware of their surroundings, I would say. So like it was really hard to like get past people. Like you'd have to like make U-turns or like weave like a longer way because they just wouldn't move. Yeah. Yeah, like even if you say excuse me, they just won't move. You can either like shove your way past them or like just go around them. My favorite, the only like one that I really was like rooting for though was there were people that were filming this one. I don't know if they were like a streamer, but there was somebody cosplaying as the Lorax, and it was so freaking funny, dude. It was so funny. But yeah, I curated a message to send to Ghost, and I can actually look at what I said because I was like panicking like so bad. Like I wanted to throw up. What did I say? Okay. I was like, cause like, okay, no, let me read it first. I had sent in a thing, a message, right? And it got, my account got locked immediately after I sent the message. I'm like, oh shit, dude, what the fuck did I do? And I kind of realized that the way that I opened them with the message, it kind of looks like it could have been from a bot. But I'm like, I swear I'm not a bot. I'm not. So I had to like do like that CAPTCHA to like, you know, prove I'm not a robot, and it worked. And so when my account got like unlocked in like a minute, because I crouched down in like pain. I remember this when I found out, I'm like, oh fuck. I was in such like fight or flight. It was so bad. I was panicking so bad. And then I sent this message where I said like, hey Ghost Arcade, I was the girly from this morning wondering if it was possible to get a hello vid message from my online friend who was a huge fan. I was wondering if you were still at the con and if it would still be possible to stop by and say hi. If not, that's totally okay. I just thought it was worth a shot to ask. I hope you enjoyed TwitchCon. Like I tried to be as like respectful as possible while also like just freaking out on the inside, right? And then we didn't get anything from him. I'm like, it was very like you know, I did shoot my shot. Like it was very like low chance. I'm like, it's fine if he doesn't get back to me. Like you know, there's no way for me to like find him. And then so to like kind of ease nerves, we kind of just walked around a little bit more, and then we went to go meet with another VTuber that we really love, Matara Khan. She's like a big like yap streamer. I love her so much. I think she's live right now too. She was really sweet. And then in the middle, like we were like kind of like in a queue to like meet with her. There were like 2 sets of people in front of us to like talk to her, and that's when I got like a message back from Ghost like 8 minutes later. 8 minutes later he messaged me back saying he's still, he's like, yeah, hello, I'm still at the con. If you want to meet me at the partner lounge, I can do that. And then I immediately showed Dwaco freaking out. I'm like, we gotta go. We gotta go. But then we had to meet with Mom, and I'm like, you know, like I wanted to take our time with her too, but I also wanted to like haul ass because we don't know how long Ghost is gonna be waiting for us, right? But like she was really sweet. Just made small talk, and she told me mahal kita, which means I love you in Tagalog, and I was like, mother. I need to take a deep breath. Okay, yeah, so partner lounge is upstairs past Artist Alley. We zoomed up there, me and Dwaco. We zoomed up there, and because of how long we were taking it, like it was like, yeah, I saw it like wait, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I saw it like 7 minutes later, and I was like, yeah, like we can definitely head up soon. Like, thank you so much. And then another maybe 10 minutes passed, and I was like, sorry for the bit of lag. We're getting there. And then we zoomed over to where like partner lounge was, like, which is basically this like area where there's an escalator and there's security down there. And then we were like looking because he did say he was waiting by it. I'm like, I don't see anybody. And then we just see like, you know, the infamous silver hair descending on the escalator. I'm like, fuck. I was like, no, we just missed him. So I sent him another message. I'm like, at this point I'm like, please, I hope I'm not looking like I'm too pushy, right? Because I'm like, and And I was like, oh, we're at the escalators. I think we just missed you. And then he said, coming now. And then we did see him coming back up the escalators. And we were like, hi, hello, hello, it's us. And then, oh my god, it was just such a surreal moment. Yeah, he did slip past us. I was like, I don't know how that happened. But yeah, again, I was like, hey, like, oh, what the fuck did I say to this man? I was just so like, all my like alerts in my head, right? I'm just like, it's just blaring like, oh god, he's here, do what you gotta do. It took me out how he went down and then a minute later comes right back up. Yeah, that was really sweet of him. He came up to us and I was like, hey, you know, thank you so much for like, you know, doing this. I'm so sorry. It's like at the end of the day, I know, but I was like, you know, like I have like my best friend online loves you, like absolutely loves you. She couldn't make it to TwitchCon because she lives in the East Coast and just doesn't have the means to like go right now. And I was wondering if it was okay if you can possibly like say hello to her as like a little like video message, if that would be okay. And he was like so into it, and he was like just telling us about how like, no, like not a problem at all, like I really wanted to meet as many people as possible because I think early in the morning there was somebody that stopped him again, like before his meet and greet, right? They stopped him and they asked for like a picture, but then he couldn't because he was like really pushed for time, and it really sucked because the girl was like leaving for a flight, so she was like, you know, it was really sad, like they couldn't get a picture together because he was just so like busy. I felt so bad. Yeah, he was just telling us how like heartbroken he was about how he wasn't able to like catch them because they had to leave for a flight. So like us like reaching out to him like was like definitely like something he encouraged, like please, like it was good that you messaged me. And that he was telling us about, like, we asked him how his meet and greet went, and he was talking about how like touched he felt because he didn't think that there would be a lot of people, when in fact his 2-hour meet and greet went over 45 minutes. So that really touched him, and I thought that was really so sweet. I'm like, yeah dude, like everyone loves you, like of course, like the energy you give, you're gonna have a lot of people that want to come and see you. Yeah, he was so surprised. Like, I'm like, dude, no, like I promise you, everybody loves you. He was so afraid that nobody was gonna be at his like meet and greet when he went well past over the time, and I thought that was like the most like sweet, like the sweetest thing ever. and then I was like, he timed you out once. I can't. But yeah, it was just like, you know, anything goes, like whatever you'd like to say to her. Like her name is Siren Insight, but you can call her Siren. And then I gave him my phone and he just manned the camera and he did the message that he did. But yeah, after the fact that it happened, I'm like, thank you so much. And then he I was like, I hope you enjoyed like TwitchCon. This was like our first time going. He's like, yeah, it's a blast, like the weather's really nice. And I was like, how, you know, like have a safe trip home when you get to it too, because you know he does live in Ireland. The funniest, cutest message I know, the nostrils, bro. But it was so surreal just having that happen and just having this interaction with him. I'm like shaking again. Just like thinking about it. But yeah, like the fact that the hard part was over for us, like me and Dwigo, like literally we could cry because he was just like the sweetest human on earth, and we got it done. And I was just like, I'm really like happy that this was like Dwigo's first impression of him too. Like he was just like the kindest person ever, you know, like so patient and so gentle with you. So I just wanted to like also like provide that same respect to him when we were like interacting with him. So that was really nice. And now we were able to get something, you know, a little something for our friend over on East Coast. As a little, like, you know, a little thank you, because Siren has really been such a stable like person that I've met from like online. Like she is like taking care of me and has been like super nice ever since we've met like 2 years ago, I would say. And I'm like, you know, perfect timing, you know, this man is here, I am here. Let's do this. And I'm really glad that she liked the present. I'm so sorry I made her sob on stream, but I'm really glad that she liked it. Like, she always laughs at how the way I said, like, oh, I didn't think you would cry, because I genuinely didn't think she would cry, because she usually doesn't, right? And I was like, oh no, my girl. But yeah, I was like really glad that, you know, just a little present for her hardships over this year. I know she's been through a lot with being back in the hospital earlier this year. And like, just life stuff in general, you know? I'm like, if we could do this one thing, one little thing for her. I'm just like, her reaction made it like so much worth it. Me and Jacob were like, yeah. All of our like struggles that weekend, it was totally worth it. You went back to watch the VOD and you almost started crying. You cried almost watching it almost? Yeah. Because so she put like the browser source, right? And so it started playing and there was no way for her to like pause it. And then we couldn't, like, the chat couldn't hear it, but she could hear it. And then the moment she heard her name, she like screamed, like, what? But it was so genuine, and I was just like frozen shaking because I was like, wait, pause it! And she couldn't pause it. And I was like, oh. And then a silence after the video ended, and then I hear like the biggest like sniffle, like the wettest sniffle, and I was like, oh no. My Shayla. Oh my gosh. But yeah, that's the story of how, like, how we struggled getting to contact Ghost Arcade. It was very much like a cat and mouse tug of war hunt. Like, it was this whole thing. But again, I'm really glad we were able to do it, and just like leaving the con that night felt so good. I'm like, ugh, we got it. Oh my god. But I was really happy that we were able to do that for her. Now she has like, you know, a little like memorabilia. Because I texted the whole video to her too, because it is all hers. It is a message for her, right? Yeah, it was a great way to end the weekend. And then we got some pasta for dinner, bruh. We ate good. It was really nice though. Like, we went to the old spaghetti factory, and it's like, the way they work is like you get an appetizer, well, bread, then appetizer, then your entree, and then a dessert. I did not vibe with the salad too much because it was just extra like crunchy water for me. Like, it was okay. Like, I ate some of it, but like, ooh. Yeah, it's called Old Spaghetti Factory. Yeah. But the pasta was really good. But then the more I was eating, the more tired and sleepy I started feeling, because I'm like, you guys get that way, right? When you're full, sometimes it just makes you sleepy. Yeah, the salad was like, eh. And then the ice cream, just like, you know, it was vanilla ice cream. It was good. You can't complain. Just happy. I was like, oh, I can sleep right now. But like, jokes on us. We had to start packing because we wanted to make it like as the least stressful for the next day before checkout. So like anything like non-essential, we were able to like pack up the night before. The glucose kicking in. But yeah, that's crazy, right? That was our Ghost Arcade journey. Let me see who I can send you guys over to finally. Because I went on another tangent. Let's see. Anyone? Anyone? Wait. It is a good tangent, I agree. Let me see how long this person is streaming. Ghost! Yeah, he was so cool. What the? Is this? Is this what I'll think it is? Dude! There's a new customizable model that came out recently. And Loki, I want it. I think this is what this person is rocking today. I think? Yeah, they're still going because they're playing another match. But they are playing GBD. I think I will send you guys over to Demi Bunny if you don't know them. Another one. Draco hates his poke. You hate Togepi? What do you mean? But yeah, Demi is super sweet. They're a vampire rabbit VTuber, but I think they customize their model a little bit, so they're blonde today. They're blonde. But she's super sweet. I think you guys will love her if you don't know who they are. Yeah, they're super welcoming, super cozy. They do they participate in a lot of like tournaments. But yeah, horror streamer type beat. Let's keep the horror vibe. Yeah. Dapper up noble. Yeah. The socials, and then if you're joining us for the raid, make sure to copy the raid messages. Yo. I want to make sure to copy one of them too. You're stealing my job. I just did it. I'm gonna do it again. Why not? Now you know how I feel when you steal my job. I'm kidding. Let me give them a shout out too, because I know sometimes people get left out of the raid, which is so stupid to me. So stinky stupid. But yeah, we will be going to Demi raid. Oh, please make sure to go give her some love. Tell her I said hi. And then I'll see you guys in the next stream. I'm probably gonna have to. It's gonna be rough for me the next few weeks because I have a lot of like medical and like just IRL personal stuff going on. So I will just, you know, of course, update you guys in the Discord as always. So yeah, I'll see you when I see you next. Be good. Stay fed, stay hydrated, stay warm in this fall weather, stay cozy, yeah? Thank you! I will. And I'll see you guys. Bye! Bye! Be good! Be good!